the devil
himself.
The devil himself said, "I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life."
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows
smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, we have to go.
Okay, good.
Okay,
that was good.
Dude.
Planetary HQ. You baby.
What's going on, everybody? You are now tuned into Planetary HQ, the planetary headquarters for all of your celestial information. And ooh, lordy, that was a great intro video right there. We got me pumped up. Epstein talking about the fall from heaven in an interview lines up perfectly with what we're going to talk about today. I mean, everybody's worst nightmare has come to life. All the conspiracy theorists are vindicated. Amen. Every time I wake up the past couple days, I'm just like, yeah, I told you so. Alex Jones has been vindicated, literally. When I was a little kid and would walk down the aisles of the grocery store, all those little tabloid magazines that would have child stars talking about, seeing people getting eaten, I was raped, I was taken advantage of when I was a little child actor or actress. Everybody thought those people were crazy. Those people were off their meds. Now we're starting to realize, oh my gosh, our worst nightmares have come true. There is this weird, looks like a satanic pedophile cult that's running the world. It's really hard to make sense of it because we've been laughing at these thoughts for the past 25 years. And now we're like, oh my God, it's real. Information coming from left, up, down, right, center, backwards, and forward, and it's hard to compile all of this. We're gonna sit here. No, we're not gonna sit here. We've already done the job for you. We're gonna paint the mental picture, connect all the dots so that you can have a easy, ready to understand dinner plate of conspiracy. So I hope you brought your tinfoil hat today because we are diving deep in the Epstein files. That's right. We will be talking about what's been said, and we're going to introduce a lot of new concepts. So like I said, you get that planetary cosmic picture, because that's what we do at Planetary HQ. In order to understand the events that are happening on planet Earth, you need to understand how they relate to the stars. And that's why that interviewer was just pressing Jeffrey Epstein about Lucifer and the fall from heaven. So welcome. If you're a new listener, welcome. If you're a returning listener, oh man, strap your seatbelts, dude. We're going in. You know me, Deadrick Baker, XDBake the Wise on Instagram, joined by my brothers Magma Sloth and Taylor Verser, the new brother in town, Chris.
Yo.
Still gotta get that cosmic nickname, but right now it's Chris Baby. He's gonna join us on the ride. He is he's not new to the spirituality aspect, but he's new to the deeper aspect of this pool, such as like the Urantia book and the Keys of Enoch. So it's going to be fun watching his journey grow and progress as we all grow together. So welcome everybody. Don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button so you get it to the front page, leave a comment, share it out to your brothers and sisters, because this is the truth, baby. It's kind of crazy. Like we were saying it before the podcast, I think we might have one of the clearest, most concise points of view on the subject. I know it sounds audacious, but I truly believe it. I think we can make this the most comprehensible and make it make sense. It is dark, but it's part of understanding what it is to be a citizen in the cosmos, in a sector that is in quarantine, a sector that is in rebellion. So we say it all the time on the channel, just for a little pretext. The universe is very organized. It's federated. It's not just the Wild West up there. It's not just cold rocks and space and nothing up there and there could be life and maybe life starts on its own out of the biological soup. No, it's very organized. It's administered to. It's federated. It's literally organized, I guess, to give an example, just like the planet is. So an example is, I always say, the United States. We have 50 different states. We have governors and mayors that are in charge of different regions and different cities. Everybody, there's a chain of command, and everybody answers up in the hierarchy to the head honcho, the president of the United States, right? So the universe is set up the exact same way. It's sectored out and federated, and there is a person in charge of every sector. The person that was in charge of our sector, his name was Lucifer. You might have heard that name while you were growing up on planet Earth. He's not known for good stuff. He was in charge of our planet, and 250,000 years ago, he decided to rebel against the greater cosmos, to rebel against the other sectors of the government. And he said, I'm going to create my own cosmic government. And he said, there is no God, there is no Father. The first time atheism started. And everything else is a derivative of that, what we consider human atheism. We'll get into that during the podcast. When this happened, he took our planet for himself. He took Earth and said, this is part of my, Luciferian cosmic organization, and we're going to run our own program. In a sense, the program was a free-for-all. The strongest man in the room wins. The survival of not really survival of the fittest, but like more of like whoever can beat up anybody else wins. And that isn't really the best way to run things, because somebody who's extremely progressive to the entire species, somebody who could teach the species how to progress in the mind, the body, and the spirit, just because they're not stronger than another person who could be 10 years older than him and a lot stronger than him, and he could kill you right there. If he kills you, then that's actually a detriment to the race. So that isn't a good standard of measurement for who's the most mind, body, spirit enlightened on the planet. But that was Lucifer's plan, just let the strong man win. That's why planet Earth is so screwed up, and it gets a lot more complex and a lot more niche. In order to understand what's going on with Epstein and the power dynamics of the geopolicy on planet Earth, you need to understand how the cosmic policy works. So when Lucifer rebelled, our planet got cut off. When it got cut off and put in quarantine, we couldn't get A, celestial broadcasts anymore. There was no news. There was no communication from other star systems. And B, because of this, normally on an average planet, everybody knows that when you die, you go to the left star of your Orion's belt. No matter what planet you're on, if you die, you wake up on the mansion worlds around the left star of Orion's belt. They wake up in the morning, and this is on their news stations. They understand this, and therefore they are working every second of their life, mentally, physically, and spiritually, to grow their stats, so that by the time they die and wake up on the mansion worlds in Alnatok at the left star of Orion's belt, when they wake up there, they're going to be, higher up in their cosmic career, ready for that cosmic university, ready for that cosmic college, so they can keep progressing up there. We don't have that knowledge down here because our communication system has been cut off. We have distorted bits and pieces of this information from what we call religion, but that's been distorted so much it's really hard to understand what it's talking about. But they tell you about after you die, you go to the heavens. After you die, you go to the universe. The Egyptians talk about it. Jesus Christ talks about it. So because we got quarantined, we don't have information coming in. And B, now we don't understand where we're going in the afterlife. So we're a divine human image, a human species. We're divine, but we don't know what we are, and we don't know where we're going. Because of this, I don't want to say geopolitics, but astropolitics, astropolitical warfare, you start to understand the mechanics of how planet Earth is set up. Lucifer didn't want our souls to keep going to the mansion worlds. They wanted to create kind of their own ascension circuit, which is dangerous and a scary thing to talk about. I mentioned this in the Bible when Satan was fighting for the body of Moses after he died. So you have to understand, there's like a universe mechanics at play. When people die, we keep going to the left star of Orion's belt. Now imagine if Lucifer wanted to keep these souls and bring them elsewhere. That's a scary thought, right? And then also on top of that, Lucifer does not want the good celestial government to establish a base to establish a headquarters on planet Earth. It's like Russia doesn't want America to be right on its border. It's like back in the Cuban Missile Crisis, America didn't want Russian nukes in Cuba so close to America. We don't want foreign people right up on our border for our territory. So that's how the rebels and Lucifer and Satan is thinking about planet Earth. We don't want a foreign base. We don't want a base of Jesus' base established on planet Earth. So in order to prevent this, we have to keep the planet in chaos. Because if all the humans progress, once humans progress, then we start reintegrating with the Galactic Federation, and now we can have good bases set up on planet Earth. So the only way to prevent that is to keep the humans from progressing, degenerate them. And unfortunately, there are beings, invisible beings on planet Earth, called the Midwayers, who make contact with elites on our planet. So I don't want to talk about we will talk about it, but the elites in contact with evil demons, but they are in contact with rebel celestial entities who don't want planet Earth to progress, because if we progress, then we reintegrate with the good guys. So it's kind of like a battle for turf right now, and the humans are caught up in the center of it. This episode is going to explain how those two organizations, the rebel Luciferian organization and the Epstein intel agencies, corrupt agencies, are integrated. So that's a little bit of a background story. I just wanted to get that mental picture out so that they kind of have a subconscious understanding of where we're going to talk about from here. Now, I know it's pretty deep and complex, but let's get into the nitty gritty and let's start pulling receipts, because a bunch of these fucking files just dropped, and open the floor for my brothers if I miss anything.
Yeah, I got something. So it's important to note that the celestial beings, the angels and the midway creatures, there are good and bad. There are those aligned with the rebels and the rebellion and that political cause, if you want to call it that. And as much as there's a conspiracy of darkness, there's also a conspiracy of light backing you should you
Amen.
choose to serve the greater good. Now, with the Lucifer rebellion, one of the charges was that, of course, there is no God, there is no creator. It's just this illusion by this celestial government to maintain control. One of the other charges was that the whole scheme of evolutionary creatures evolving on worlds, becoming upright will creatures like us, humanoid beings who can see and know God, that was a big waste of time and resources. And so one of the tactics that the Lucifer Rebellion uses is to hold down these evolutionary worlds to prevent us from actually integrating with the greater cosmos, because we can become dangerously powerful to the Lucifer Rebellion. And so that's a big part of the obfuscation on our world, where we're kept in confusion. And the adjudication of the celestial court case of the Lucifer Rebellion, one strategy Lucifer could use is continuance, to prolong the court date by keeping us held in this state. We probably should have had things run correctly in their course on our planet. We probably should have thousands of years ago had an advanced civilization with hover cars and all that, but we keep hitting the reset button over and over on our civilizations and our societies. And that is really just to kind of prolong this process so they can do what thou wilt.
Yeah, it's like a filibuster on a cosmic level. Like when somebody keeps talking to prolong the case so that it doesn't end. Yeah, because there is, like you just talked about, there's a cosmic court case of Gabriel versus Lucifer. Gabriel's charging Lucifer for crimes against the cosmos. But part of the case is every being that's involved in the case, until they have made a decision in the case will stay open. So that means every human who's on Earth, who's ever lived a life, you who's listening to this, you need to come to a decision before that case gets closed. And what does that mean? If he keeps us in confusion, or we can't make a real decision, then the case prolongs and he gets to stay alive. He doesn't get charged officially. So
they have no respect for human life. We're nothing to them. And so they can very easily realize how to hack into our psychology, what is appealing to us, what entrances us, what can we become addicted to. And you can see this all throughout our media, through drugs filling all the countries. there are things to keep us distracted and in a lower state, really just to prevent us from becoming a threat.
Exactly, man. It's like, we are valuable. We are like very important. We have a lot of strength. But if we use that energy to like, kill people, shoot up schools, or fucking do all this other useless, stuff that brings down society instead of, uplifting it, instead of creating new things to help other people, we're just down here killing ourselves for no reason. Because my skin is brown, his skin is white. Yo, I hate you. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, we're in constant confusion, we're in constant hate, uh fucking sadness. We're just, my generation, me specifically, if you're young watching something like this and you're like, dude, what the fuck is this? Yo, yeah, what the fuck is this? Like, yeah, like, this is all crazy stuff. And like, we are raised in this. Like, I'm raised in constant distraction and constant media and constant like TikToks, doom scrolling. I'm in that too. So if you guys are watching this and you guys like kind of, like confused or like wondering like what all this stuff is, you could just like watch me. Like, literally, I have my dog sitting back here like, bro, I'm normal. Like, I'm a normal guy. I promise you, all this stuff that you guys are just like tuning into and just like trying to wrap your head around, yo, just try to take it all in, try to like connect the dots in your own head in whichever way, because I do the same thing. Like somebody said in the comments, Star Wars is real. That shit is real.
Right.
There is a fucking rebellion, bro. There is a fucking,
Pretty much.
there's good guys, there's bad guys. Like, that shit is real. Like, these um things that we see in the movies, that it's in our face, bro. Like, it's in our face.
Yes.
And it's time that, we as people, as like humans, as humans, we start to like, fight back and try to take control of where we're born. That's planet Earth, bro. Like, I'm just not American. I'm a citizen of the Earth, bro. I'm not just
Amen.
American. I'm not just Hispanic, bro. Like, I'm connected to everybody, bro. These are my brothers, but we do damn near are, just because we are humans, bro. It doesn't matter if he's white. Doesn't matter if he's white. Doesn't matter if he's black. It don't matter, bro. It doesn't matter at all, dude. Like, we shouldn't be divided.
We
We're
are
all born in the
technically
same
blood
planet.
related.
And we are all
Exactly.
technically blood related. Yeah.
Exactly, bro.
Hell yeah.
We titled the stream, the Breakaway Civilization Control Grid, Sex, Guns, and UFOs. And that, that context in and of itself goes far beyond Epstein, but this Epstein disclosure is a really important part that we need to recognize. I think it's very difficult, I guess, even to consider or look into this. Honestly, like, I think a lot of people in the spiritual community probably can also feel this too. There's almost a desire to not even look and acknowledge something as dark as the Epstein case. And I feel that deeply in my soul. And I know a lot of people watching might think that too. And so, as we were preparing the stream, like, what are we going to talk about? Like, it really grips me, because it's like, how do we make actionable decisions when the world is really this bad? When you realize that when the veil opens and you see the way that power and money control the world, and war and racketeering, these massive like thought forms that seem to be dominating the planet and keeping us all down. It's debilitating. That's what adds to that sense of loneliness in the world.
They said that.
And yeah, I just want to recognize that. Now, on the flip side, the reason we need to talk about this is that you need to know the matrix that you are in, because you're caught in these threads of influence, whether you know who's intending the influence and what they're actually doing behind the scenes with the power that they have. Even if you don't know the full story, you are among their influence. And as a citizen of this planet, who also has an inheritance in the cosmos, we can't just, as spiritual individuals, we can't just live on the planet and look towards our afterlife because it's going to be better there. We have a chance to evolve time and space. It's the purpose of time and space. We weren't put on a perfect utopia planet and then it was taken away from us. That's a version of the story that you've been told. We were put on a planet that was a raw environment, and the command was subdue the planet. You don't need to subdue a utopia. You're given a raw environment, and you're given responsibility as co-creators with the divine, with the story of creation, with all the intelligent beings, the non-human intelligence, the human intelligence, the extraterrestrials. We're all given this sandbox to play in, which is time and space. And we get to make the decisions here about how to take back the planet. If the planet is in the control of something negative and self-serving, it's not someone else's responsibility to take back the planet. It's our responsibility. Yeah. We're here. We are the planet. And this is the this is the purpose of time and space, to make your choices and to propagate your will. And you can either do that in a harmonic resonance with the divine thought forms, or you can do it in disassociation, in the lower relativity, in the evil thought forms. And we don't have to let that dominate the planet. So that's why we're talking about this today. I hope we can all use those words of power, use the higher perspective to attack this with a spiritual assault. This is Planetary HQ. Let's do this thing.
Oh yeah,
amen. Dude. Let's do it.
So with that, let's start off with a quote from the master, baby. And that's cool. You said that in the chat. Star Wars is real. A lot. This is actually from the Urantia book, the Urantia Contacts. We pull from it lots because we think it's so compelling. And little side note, word on the streets of George Lucas, Stan Lee, they were also
Gene
Urantia
Roddenberry
book, and Gene Roddenberry. Yeah, they were also privy to the Urantia book, and that's why they had all these great galactic cosmic concepts, because they were exposed to this text. This is the secret text that they knew. Jimi Hendrix as well.
This is the secret sauce right here. So you guys listen.
This is the secret sauce, yeah. So this is talking about when Jesus cleansed the temple. Everybody knows that story from the Bible. So Jesus was actually the commander of the cosmos. And 2,000 years ago, he incarnated on planet Earth to help reclaim the fallen program. And he was so enigmatic. He was so amazing with his life. He went so hard that we literally reorganized our entire timeline around him from AD to BC. Now, like, this nigga changed time.
Yeah.
Just by his fucking dopeness. Like, think about that. That was amazing. So he did his job, and we're taking the torch and running with it, dog. We're not going to let you down, homie. But this is what he said. This cleansing of the temple discloses the master's attitude towards commercializing the practices of religion, as well as his detestation of all forms of unfairness and profiteering at the expense of the poor and the unlearned. This episode also demonstrates that Jesus did not look with approval upon refusal to employ force to protect the majority of any given human group against the unfair and enslaving practices of unjust minorities who may be able to entrench themselves behind political, financial, or ecclesiastical power. Shrewd, wicked, and designing men are not to be permitted to organize themselves for the exploitation and oppression of those who, because of their idealism, are not disposed to resort to force for self-protection or for the furtherance of their laudable life projects. I think that's a perfect energy to get into the nitty-gritty. That's what Jesus said. He looked down upon you if you did not use force to protect the planet from these small minority groups of evil people who have military power, financial power, and religious power to enslave and oppress you. That's forbidden in the cosmos. And that's another angle that we need to understand. On the cosmic level, they're committing cosmic crimes. The planet is where a soul gets born into and is supposed to live a life for progress and then go to the next level in the cosmos, right? A being can't trap a soul when it gets born and like lock it in a cage and enslave it for its entire life, and then it dies and it goes back up all screwed up. The angels don't like that. And that's when the angels start stepping in. They start saying, you can't do that. And it gets darker when, let's say, you start having kids for the purpose of being in like a sex program. And then they're hidden in an underground base and they never see the outside world. That soul, they don't even know the outside world exists. They think that dark underground base, that sex slave shit is the reason why they exist in the cosmos. And that's not good. When they die, they still go to the mansion worlds and the angels have to deal with that. They step in and they say, nope. So that's a cosmic no. You're breaking cosmic law. You can't just, I guess, what is it, spawn camp on a planet? Spawn
literally
camp
what
on a
it is,
planet
bro.
and fucking
That's
take
fucked
him and
up.
fuck him up and then just, you can't do that. So that's one of the main reasons we're making these podcasts. And I think the truth is coming to light. So let's highlight some of these practices right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one more thing I'd like to preface with is we've pulled up a lot of material we'll go over in this episode through the Epstein files, and a lot of this material is disturbing, just as a warning. Also, something that the average person should be aware of. You and me, us normal people, we can't understand, like, this person had sex slaves. How's that even possible? No one would do that. Something we often forget is there is a such thing as psychopaths, someone who just mentally is incapable of really feeling anything. So imagine if you're playing video games, you go out bike riding, rock climbing, surfing. None of that really gives you any kind of feeling. Going on a family reunion, having a relationship, you feel nothing. So to get your kicks, to feel anything, a psychopath turns to the most shocking form of engagement, like murder, serial killers. That's why they do that, because what we would experience as an overwhelming adrenaline rush that would shut us down, they experience as feeling, wow, I can suddenly feel something. So psychopaths are often very intelligent, they're very cunning, and it is not uncommon for a psychopath to rise up the ranks of corporate leadership, business, politics. They know how to put on a smile. They know that, when they were a kid and they got caught killing a kitten, it was frowned upon. So they're like, all right, I got to keep this a secret. So they've gotten really good at not only hiding it, but finding ways to spot another psychopath. They're like, hey, you're like me. Maybe we can help each other out. So let's say you're high up in business, you spot another psychopath, you can give them what do they call it? Jacob's ladder or something, where you rise that person up the ranks.
The Midas touch.
The Midas touch, that's it. And imagine what would happen if there were a society of psychopaths who all had each other's backs. They could all get each other's fix, and they were really good at concealing it.
Yeah, and they just happen to be super, super, super rich. Only difference,
Yep.
bro. It's a rich group of serial killers, bro.
Yeah, and just for some more background information, again, if you like what we're saying so far, hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, hit that little notification bell, so when we go live and drop a video, you're on it right there. You know when we talking about that shit. So in order to understand, like, everybody's like, oh my god, child sex rings. What do you mean the elites are like transporting children around the world to have sex with them? And yeah, it is shocking and disgusting, but you have to realize that this isn't new. I'm saying it for a long time. The transatlantic slave trade, like, I'm black. My father made sure I knew about my history. I'm sure you guys growing up in America did too, and everybody in the world knows about slavery. Slavery was a massive deal. It was the biggest commodity for, like, I guess more time than not, right? There's been less time in recorded history where slavery is not cool than there has been. People don't realize that kings and queens were literally going to different countries and not only taking their material resources, but taking their women and men for slaves. And slaves, the majority weren't just strong guys who could work the field. Guess what else they wanted? Hot girls. Duh, right? Doesn't that make sense? If, like, yes. Now the kings and queens realize, oh, I can get hot girls from any country I want, because, like you said, when you're that rich and you're doing everything, you need more. You need more. Everything gets so, you get used to everything. So now I want a girl from over here. Now I want a girl from over here. So they started getting a harem of girls from every country. Like, look, like King would flex, be like, look how many girls I got. You've never seen a girl that looks like her. And so more than half of the slave trade was for girls for sex. Okay. And on top of that, back in the day, there was no 18. It was like around when the time you started hitting puberty, so like 14 to 16. And that was kind of normal. Like people got married from 14 to 16 to 17 back then. I think some of the founding fathers were like 15, 16, or 17 when they got married and had kids and shit like that. Like, I think it was kind of normal. On top of that, so it was already, blurring the lines of age, but a king would be like, if you really wanted the good women, you have to make sure they were virgins, because remember, virgins were worth more because they were untouched. So you get a group of girls from Africa. You get a group of girls from the Middle East, like little girls, like 6, 7, 8 years old. And then you'd grow them up. You'd raise them because now they would be untouched virgins who are your personal fuck toys. And kings and queens were doing this throughout all of history. And we call it just the slave trade. And every time you think slave trade, you just think of like a black guy working in a field. No, no, no. The majority of it was for sex slaves, and majority of the time they were underage because, you get them young because they weren't touched, and then you raise them. So now you got 30 girls that you handpicked from different countries. You're a king with a bunch of gold and you're flexing, and now you can have sex with whatever type of girl you want. And on top of that, you can trade with your boy from France. Say I'm the king of Germany. Oh, my boy from France wants a girl. Oh, you had your eye on that girl since she was whatever. Fine, I'll give you her for this. Give me that horse I've been wanting, Like, they're just commodities, and they would trade girls. A lot of these times, these girls were undocumented, like no social securities, quote unquote, the equivalent of what they had back then. And when you're done with them, you could just kill them. And nobody would ask questions because their parents weren't around. None of that stuff. I forgot to look it up last night, but there is a law. I think it's an Air Force law that talks about like clones and what happens when a clone is made under the Department of Defense. Like, they don't have parents, so there's state is their parent, and like it's easier. So they're government property, so you can essentially do whatever you want with it, and there's no need to report to the parents if they die and shit. So it's like so you're essentially getting free humans that you can do whatever you want with, fuck them and chuck them. And you're rich enough to do it, and you're trading with other kings and queens. So this has been happening since before recorded history. It's nothing new. It's just now there's no more kings and queens. Instead, the rulers are corporate elites and oligarchs,
Yeah, now D-Bank, what you're talking about with the slave trade and all that, when you look back through history like World War I, World War II, stuff that didn't even happen that long ago, and you see the way countries behaved, you're like, that seems so far removed from the modern day. We're civilized now. Well, in 1948, the United Nations established a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and all the nations involved agreed that this is how we treat humans, this is how we treat prisoners of war. These are violations of human rights. Something like slave trade is off the table. But if we've been practicing that for like 8,000 years, maybe more, thousands and thousands of years, do you think we can really, as a species, quit that stuff cold turkey? Or does it all of a sudden just kind of go under the radar?
What was that? Someone say something? Oh.
Yeah, it's, I guess, the evolution of society and the world as a whole. It's like on some level, as a society, we can come to an agreement because there are like ethics that grow as society becomes more complex. But then there's always been like the laws that say what you're allowed and not allowed to do, and then that sort of always means there's the anti becomes an underground opportunity, a taboo. So there's what's allowed, and then there's the taboos. And so the rich and powerful have always have the most access to, I guess, get around the law. And that gets exploited. And
they
so
make the law.
Yeah, they also make the law, so they can create ways that they can exploit or live above. If there's a show that depicts this extremely well, It's called Altered Carbon, and it's very philosophical in the sense that one part of the show is about humans have.
Everybody tells me I need to watch it.
You need to watch it, 100%. Humans have made it out into space. They've colonized space, become spacefaring. And they found, one explorer found an alien planet, and the resulting discoveries from that technology allowed humanity to create something that's like a technology that's like a chip that they install at the base of the neck at birth. And what the chip does is that...
Your thought adjuster chip?
Yeah, it's like all your sensory experiences and your actual consciousness, not just like the memories and stuff. It's like your consciousness is actually encoded into this chip, which some advanced race has made. Humans don't, I guess, fully understand it, but they co-opted it. They reverse engineered it so that they can use it. So at birth, everyone has these chips.
Okay, so it's not tech made by humans.
Yeah,
they co-opted it from Celestials.
They co-opted it from Celestials, and there's like that taps into, you could say, the UAP UFO reverse engineering. It's like there's themes in the show that hit very hard, that are very like true at a base level, and so really what happens is the show, that's a baseline, and that's not even what causes the problem. The problem is that humanity in this story has the same like level of morality as humanity today in the world. So there's the common population and there's also the elite. But because of this immortality key, because they can use this chip to transfer consciousness between bodies, and they also have cloning technology, there's a society that there's like a new level of laws and variations that happen in society because of this. But they manifest from the same, mental principles that we're kind of using today. And so the rich in this story, they have like vats of clones, and they have satellites that back up their consciousness through their chips wirelessly. And what happens is that the ruling class rules for generations and generations and amasses large amounts of wealth. And they're not just like having kids and then passing on that wealth to the kids. They don't need to do that anymore. They're like the same person living continuously. And, in this story, who would have known? I mean, I don't want to spoil it too much, but like basically the rich and powerful are basically like these Epstein characters. That's the conspiracy that unfolds. And it's just like another insight that like the core problem on Earth that we need to solve, and if we don't solve it, we would become like a cancer in the cosmos by going out as an interstellar race. The core problem we need to solve is like a mix of societal, moral, spiritual. It's a thought form. And it's interesting because we're doing this IARGA UFO contact live stream as well. We've done 2 episodes so far. And that's exactly what this alien race also says to us. They're like, look, no matter how much technology you reverse engineer, like you guys are looking doomed in your current state of affairs. You're quite doomed, and you are not close to cosmic integration by any means. And so that's what we're trying to focus on the channel. And it's just those are the things that I was linking in my head. I don't have a next step. The next step
is that one of Epstein's main fucking focuses was anti-grav. He loved anti-grav, and he loved, I guess you would say, eugenics, or like trying to create a better human species by leaving more of himself on the planet Earth. I don't know why, but you start to understand that like genetics and hybridization is extremely important to this species. And it's good when you start having like natural mind, body, spirit progressive people get together and train their kids in a beautiful, harmonious way, and you see everybody grow. But then you see these rebel types try to tinker with it to try to do their own thing, like the Nazis, how they try to do it. That's why everybody, when you say eugenics, you go, oh, because you think of the way the Nazis did it. But they were doing their own weird genetics where they were only trying to create this blonde hair, blue-eyed thing. It was weird. You don't have to do it so you're only trying to make blonde hair, blue-eyed people. You can just do it so that everybody's just benefiting from it. But like I said, you start to see these weird characters tinker with the mechanics, such as Epstein, and it's fucking weird.
It's almost like cheating, like trying to circumvent the natural order of things by taking
Yeah.
shortcuts.
Yes, exactly.
We
It's
haven't
what
earned
Eve.
that UFO yet.
Yeah, it's what Eve was guilty of. And just for a funny joke, that's what I say all the time. You know, the Aryans, all the Nazis are like Aryans, blonde hair, blue eyes, but you know, they lose their shit if they realize that the first Aryan was half black. Was black because Eve made it with the black dude, but nobody wants to talk about that. All right, so let's get into some of these files. Yeah, who wants to go first? What do we got? I guess let's paint a little timeline, a contextual timeline, because we do want to rule it to the rule or connect it to the ruling class elites, and I am going to make the connection with the 1940, well, the World War II, pretty much, with the geopolitical climate, the geopolitical atmosphere of the time, and during World War II, I think is what spawned this modern Epstein elite ring, if you could say that. And we're going to go deep, folks. I think I want to start there on the timeline with the Nazis versus World War II. Yeah, I think it's not even, I think the first people who got to space were the Nazis. They had space technology before any other country. And a lot of those officials, we literally took them into the US and they became in charge of our space program and our CIA programs. I don't know if that was smart or not, but everybody knows the story.
Project Paperclip.
Operation Paperclip, Project Paperclip. And it was also, before that, it was called like Project something else. There's another name for it too. But at the end of World War II, we noticed that all the Nazi scientists were super smart and better than our scientists. So we said, hey, we'll wipe your record clean, give you social security numbers, American passports, and you come work for the US government. So we made our enemies like, you know, we just put them in our government. We actually put them in charge of the CIA. It was called the OSS before that. And when we created the CIA, we went to the Nazi guys, and the Nazis already had their own CIA. And they're like, we're doing this. We have spies in every country. We have so many spies in Russia, it's not even funny. We'll teach you how to make your CIA. So we said, great. We'll make all your officers, keep them in the field, keep them where they are. Now they work for the US. So we made all those Nazi spies, CIA spies, overnight. And they became over half of our Central Intelligence Agency. Werner von Braun, a Nazi SS officer, scientist, would hang the slowest Jew in front of the hangar to show all the other Jewish workers this is what would happen to you if you didn't work fast enough. We made him the leader of our rocket program. We've played plenty of videos on our channel of him. He had a huge connection with Walt Disney. Disney was also bought by the CIA, whatever. And it was used as a cover for these SS agents to get covers, and it worked well. But before everybody knew he was a Nazi scientist, he was making Disney videos about how to get to the moon. And everybody from that era, my grandma remembers watching him on TV. And this guy would just be on front talking about, if we go to the space like this, he has a German accent, Werner von Braun. Everybody's trying to petition to get his name taken off some NASA buildings. There's also a Nazi engineering. They were the first to make these huge underground military bunkers that were massive, and we couldn't believe how good they were at making it. And they were also really good at making huge just facilities. Like their engineering was out of this world. Albert Speer was the guy in charge of it. He also made underground submarine bases that were only accessible by water. Like you'd have to fly, or you'd have to get the submarine, cruise the submarine under the water into the base. It's just the engineering feats are insane that these Nazis were able to do. So we realized this, and after the war, we subsumed them. We took those people and put them in positions of power in the United States. So I think the entire story can start there. And we're going to go deep with it, but technically speaking, the Germans surrendered in World War II, but not the Nazis, not the Third Reich. So the word on the streets is, if you weren't new to this, you should already know this story. Is we found contingency of government plans, COG plans, that said that if they were to lose the war, they would take all their head people of the military and some of their smartest scientists, and put them in German U-boats. U-boats were submarines, the very first submarines. Put them in submarines and send them to their secret base 211 in Antarctica. At the end of World War II, when we try to figure out and catalog how many submarine ships, we knew they had X amount of ships, but we only found, I think, 50% of them. Let's see. I'll do a quick Google to make sure I'm not lying. How many?
Yeah, and all this stuff
U-boats.
is, you can search it up on Google and all this stuff will pop up and you'll be like, whoa, that's crazy. But yeah, we got all the information for you guys just to tell you. Seems pretty crazy. Seems like very out of the norm, but it's just stuff they don't want to tell you just because of the fact that it makes us look bad. Like what country do you know separated from its previous ownership and then all of a sudden became one of the strongest countries in the world? Like, when has that happened? Has that happened recently? No, it doesn't happen. We basically just slapped a new paint job over the old stuff, bro. Shiny red, white, and blue used to be what, fucking black and red.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's all on the
50
internet.
of the most largest and most advanced U-boats were missing at the very end of the year. They disappeared, and they were like the most advanced type, and they were the biggest type, and they were able to like contain so much material on board. 6 were captured or gave up off the coast of Argentina. And if you look at Argentina on a map, it's extremely close to Antarctica. I think it's the closest continent to Antarctica. Screen for the viewers.
Exactly. And where did the Nazis go after the war ended? South America. That's where Hitler is.
Here it is right there. That bottom little part is, find that picture again on the website. Here it is. So there's Argentina and Chile right there. And not many people know it's actually under the water. They're connected. It's an underwater mountain range. And it connects to Antarctica. So Argentina and Chile are the closest to Antarctica. A Nazi U-boat surrendered off Argentina. Let's see. Nazi U-boat. When did it surrender? It said July and August of 1945. German U-boats U-530 and U-977 surrounded to Argentine authorities at Mar del Plata Naval Base months after Germany's capture. In the U-530 surrendered on July 10th, 45, and U-977 on August 17th, 45 for refueling. Then there's persistent myths about high-scaping Nazi officials such as Hitler or Bormann and transporting hidden cargo. Okay. And this type of U-boat IXC-40, I think that was one of the special class U-boats. They were on their way back. So they already had gotten to Argentina. And by that time, they were already on the way back. So I think they were going back to get another shipment for more Nazis. And their ships had problems, so they were forced to rise up. And that's how they got caught in Argentina. They already had pre-recorded stories in their minds, so they wouldn't get caught and they wouldn't give up the story. But so they were essentially empty, going back to Germany. But why are these German boats going from Germany to Argentina? That's very far. It's very far, you know? And they were hugging the bottom of the ocean because they were submarines. But, okay, let me see if I can find a picture of the underwater shelf. Because I guess if you use sonar, you can just follow this shelf that connects under the water. Yeah, I think this is it right here.
There you go.
Security check required. Yeah, like I said, there's a mountain range that connects the tips. You see this mountain range right here?
Cool.
That,
Plateau.
yeah, Tierra del Fuego, that's where it is. And then you follow this underwater mountain range and it connects you directly to the Antarctica. And that's where the base 211 was. And surprisingly, there is a warm body of water that's like underneath the ice right there at that part for some reason. So you can like keep a base alive you have a sense of heat. Oh, here's the perfect picture right here. Boom. Facebook, shout out to Facebook. So there's that underwater shelf that you can just follow if you need to. And I guess the base was in there. I guess I got a video I can show the people while we're at it. If anybody else got any extra tidbits of information they can add.
Yeah, so I know where you're going with this, and there's a great account by Admiral Byrd, a famous pilot from that time frame, visiting Antarctica with the
Yep.
Navy and
I
encountering
was going to
Nazis
get there in a second.
already established. Around this time frame, 1935 to 1945, in what was known as Pingfeng, Manchuria. It was a section off the coast of China that Japan owned at the time. They had what was referred to as Unit 731, a horrific experimental station where they used prisoners of war, human subjects, to do all kinds of horrific experiments, including experiments in mind control. Manchuria, that's where the name Manchurian Candidate comes from. Now, Project Paperclip, it was called, or Operation Paperclip, it was called that because when I guess the intelligence agency was reading through dossiers of people, they would mark the Nazis with paper clips on the paper. And they would take all the papers that had the paper clips on them. They're like, those are the guys we want. That whole scheme here would eventually evolve into what is known as MK Ultra, MK Artichoke, MK Monarch. There's all kinds of variations of that. But
Operation Overcast, that's what it was originally called, and then it was renamed to
Overcast,
Operation
okay.
Paperclip in 45. Yeah, because they were obviously trying to steal scientists during the war as well.
Yeah, that really sets the stage for where we're at today.
So this is a cool video I have on the subject. I don't advocate for this guy because I think he's a closet neo-Nazi that's trying to hide it, but whatever. So check it out.
Ever since the early 20th century, Antarctica has been a point of interest for several world governments and secret societies, including the German National Socialist that sent several expeditions to the South Pole, with its third conducted in 1938, resulting in Germany annexing a part of eastern Antarctica in 1939, claiming what was formerly Norwegian territory known as Queen Maud Land and renaming it Neuschwabenland.
So Neuschwabenland.
Carl Schwab?
Klaus Schwab, yeah. Klaus Schwab is the descendant of that Nazi general.
Of the territory is covered by the East Antarctic ice sheet and a tall ice wall stretching throughout its coast. But below the surface, there are not only massive caverns melted away from subterranean volcanic vents, but a thriving ecosystem where Germany established a U-boat base called Base 211. While the details surrounding this German outpost remain...
Look at that. That's from Karl Donitz. The German submarine fleet is proud of having built for the Führer in another part of the world a Shangri-La on land, an impregnable fortress. He's referring to the Antarctic base.
Shrouded in mystery, including a military invasion of Antarctica in 1946 called Operation High Jump, which is still classified. It seems...
Isn't that crazy? An entire aircraft carrier and a task force. So we took those ships from Europe after we beat the Nazis and we brought them directly up to Antarctica. Why? It's kind of weird, right? It's a big force for a scientific expedition that lost planes, men, and ships.
That other nations, such as Russia, are more forthcoming concerning the details of the alleged SS military colony that refused to surrender. At the beginning of 1947, yet another expedition by the American explorer Richard Byrd arrived on Antarctic shores. It was a very strange expedition. Unlike his previous three, this one was completely financed by the U.S. Navy. Operation High Jump was its code name. Under the command of Admiral R. Byrd, there was a powerful military squadron an aircraft carrier, 12 surface ships, 1 submarine, more than 20 airplanes and helicopters, and about 5,000 people on staff. You will agree, a strange team for a scientific expedition. December 2nd, 1946. Before the start of his expedition, Admiral Byrd, at a press conference, said, "My expedition is military in nature," giving no further details. At the end of January 1947, full-scale aerial reconnaissance began surveying the Antarctic region of Queen Maud Land. It all went to plan in the first weeks. Tens of thousands of photos were taken. Suddenly, the inexplicable happened. The 6-month expedition terminated after only 2 months. Fleeing the Antarctica coast, it was a real fast retreat. They lost the destroyer, almost half their carrier-based aircraft, dozens of sailors and officers. The commission investigation members of the United States Congress, Admiral Byrd, said the following: "In the event of another war, America can be attacked by an enemy that has the ability to fly from pole to pole with incredible speed." What made the Americans flee? In 1945, 18 months before Admiral Byrd's expedition began, 2 German submarines entered Mar del Plata, port in Argentina, surrendering to authorities. These were no ordinary submarines. They were from the so-called Führer convoy.
Yeah, so these U-boats weren't even regular military U-boats. They were designated for the Führer convoy's personal boat.
This was a top-secret fleet fulfilling missions. Details have remained a secret till now. The submarine crews were reluctant to cooperate. Even so, the Americans learned a few things. The commander of U-boat U-530 spoke of his involvement in an operation codenamed Valkyrie II. 2 weeks before the war's end, the U-boat U-530 left the quay, heading for the shores of Antarctica. On board of the submarine were passengers with faces covered in bandages, as well as Third Reich relics. The commander of another U-boat, U-977, Heinz Schaefer, later testified that he followed the same route. It was found that the German submarines repeatedly followed the Antarctic route. But why go there? Antarctica. Recently, huge...
So yeah, there's a good little synopsis of what happened. Then he gives just a little breakdown on how there's underwater vents there, like geothermic vents that allow you to get heat underneath all that ice, and it's actually warm down there. Another cool fact that like they found woolly mammoths with tropical vegetation in their mouth, frozen in the ice. And that means it was like tropical at one time. Then all of a sudden a bunch of water came in and it flooded. Now this was in Siberia, so that's not Antarctica, that's in the Arctic Circle. But it just shows you these polar shifts can happen and that there can be warmth and cold in the same region. So that's where we wanted to go off with it in the beginning, pulling up all that evidence on how there is an underground base that a lot of the Nazi elites went to. We'll just bring it up now. Supposedly the weapons that were used to scare Admiral Byrd off were anti-grav discs that the Nazis had anti-grav when we defeated them at the end of the war, but they were barely producing them. They only had like 1, 2, 3, or 4 of these things, but they had the technology to do anti-grav, and they were still perfecting it. When we beat them, instead of fighting back, they took this anti-grav secretly in a U-boat to Antarctica to perfect it, and then to try to bide their time for a little bit, create a fleet, and then hopefully either take the world back over or secretly try to negotiate for the world. And that's what ended up happening. One Admiral Byrd, he made that testimony saying, next war, we're going to fight an enemy who can get from pole to pole in a matter of seconds. He's referring to these crafts because he saw them. I didn't know he lost half of his half of his aircraft on his aircraft carrier. So that means there was probably a dogfight and his planes got destroyed by these anti-grav ships.
That's crazy, bro.
So once the Americans figured this out, and we knew the Nazis were alive under there, now we had to negotiate. We had to be like, okay, these are the big dogs. They still got power. And then I guess the story goes, and there's real accounts of this. I can pull it up. Let's see. Nazi scientists make V2 rocket for Americans and blow up base.
Yeah, a simpler way to think about it is this is basically Hydra in Avengers movies, bro. This is basically what Hydra
exactly.
did, bro. They just infested the government, and then before everybody realized, it was like, oh shit, the whole government is Hydra. They even got Captain America on that shit. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, like those comic writers. I mean, sure they pull. It sounds like they're pulling from the lore. I mean, it's already
Exactly,
Captain
bro.
America is based on like a World War II thing, but like, you know, I guess you know people assume that like everything else is made up. They're just like, oh, it's about Nazis, and then they creatively made up the rest. It's like no, you know, the best fiction has like a lot of
There's some
truth,
truth
and
in it,
then
bro.
it's dramatized. And so, like, some element of truth. I mean, the whole idea of Project Paperclip is probably what was also included in that Captain America storyline, right? We brought
Like, they
we
put a
brought
lot
German
to it.
scientists over, incorporated them, and
Mhm.
sort of like I don't know what they call it, is you know a bit of a deal with the devil. It's like, well, they got knowledge and sciences, and they can
Yeah.
expand our industry, but at what cost? Well, the cost is that I guess that for the group that did make it to Antarctica, now there's a link. They have assets in America, and they can create a relationship or some sort of comms going on, and there's sort of a secret back and forth. I don't know how like deep that goes, but like the precedence is there, and then you go, okay, was there an infiltration? Are How much of disclosure and the whole idea of anti-grav. Some people argue a lot of like, is the anti-grav secret U.S. technology, or does it actually have anything to do with aliens? And like, honestly, it's probably a little bit of both. Because if the Nazis were working on their own anti-grav, and we're not sure if it was like completely invented by them or if they had crashed craft back then. But then there's also, you know, the crashed craft that the U.S. is retrieving. It's really, I think it's probably always like a little bit of both. And it would be really wild. I mean, the next thing that, you know, Marvel talks about is that whole breakaway civilization idea. You know, they have it in Wakanda. And yeah, it is wild to like think like, would something like that actually exist in Antarctica? Is it possible?
Oh, yeah,
And
for sure, bro.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we'll get the confirmation of that, but like, you know, you do have some precedents here for like when advanced technology can set a society on its own path, and they also have a reason to stay super secret and separate because they had just lost a war and they're like the last survivors, the elites, you could say, possibly of Germany at the time.
Yeah, bro. The Nazis think they're Wakanda, bro. That shit is crazy.
It's funny. Well, you talk about like the it's in movies, it's everywhere. They're showing us in Marvels and Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
And
bro.
this is from the World Health Organization itself. And Mike Benz, shout out to Mike Benz, big inspiration for this channel. He says you'll hear him say the whole of society approach. And this PSYOP isn't just like we make a video or we do one transaction in a bank. They say these operations are whole of society operations. And this is literally directly from the World Health Organization, which is ran by Klaus Schwab, the descendant of the Nazis in Antarctica.
Mhm.
This is whole of society means we need to put this message not only on Twitter, but in the movies, in the books, at the grocery stores, on the phones, and the text messages, everywhere, 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 everywhere. And let's say, like, if these Nazis were still in control and they're thinking like this, obviously, look at who's in charge of the World Health Organization, Klaus Schwab. This is like these underground Nazis have to figure out a way to control the world, and they look at every nation as kind of just like a vessel. It's like pieces on a chessboard, you know, like what presidents can we do with what nations can we do with what in order to get a grip on the world And also, I think they're trying to soft disclose themselves back to the world.
Oh no,
Like
yeah, for sure, bro.
like through these movies, the Nazi movies, the Nazis are always the bad guys, but at least they're portrayed. And in a way, they're trying to make them look cool because everybody likes a bad boy, you know? Then all of a sudden, now Trudeau is clapping for a Nazi in his parliament. Like, let's see if we can find that video real quick.
Yeah, they're literally celebrating this guy's accomplishments, and freaking. Hey, he's a whole Nazi, bro.
Here it is right here.
Yes, sir.
This guy was like giving a speech and saluted or something.
We have here in the chamber today Ukrainian Canadian war veteran from the Second World War who fought the Ukrainian independence against the Russians.
He fought against communism as a Nazi SS officer.
And continues to support the troops today, even at his age of 98. He's a Ukrainian hero, a Canadian hero, and we thank him for all his service.
This is how he fought the Russians.
He fought them for real.
So that's a funny connection. Okay. So the leader at that time was Justin Trudeau, right? And he came out of the Young Global Leader Initiative. Sorry, my typing so bad. So Trudeau came out of the Young Global Leader Initiative from the World Economic Forum, and Klaus Schwab is in charge of that. So let's think of the underground Arctic Nazis. They have a program called the Young Global Leader Program, and they're trying to groom people so that they can place who they want in charge of what countries they want. So from this base in Antarctica, they have a man in every state. And then, like I said, but they're still closet Nazis. They're like, ooh, we can't let the world know that we're Nazis because they don't like Nazis. Sorry, I can't do the German accent. But like after 100 years, they're like, finally, maybe they kind of forget and we can kind of soft play it. And so these are the same guys in charge of the Young Global Leaders. And of course, in their country, they're like, let's applaud a Nazi. Come on, let's see if we can get away with it. It's been 100 years, and it hasn't even been 100 years, but you know, they're low key getting away with it. And you know, the entire thing with Ukraine, the amount of Nazi SS patches that they have, I have like over 100 pictures saved of Ukrainian people with Nazi patches on their military units or in their military uniform. And their number one military brigade, the Azov Battalion, was directly related to the Nazis. And we support them 100%. The Azov Brigade. That's their symbol right there with the black sun in the
That's
background.
crazy, bro. You just literally turn that. What does that look like?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
So that's called a wolf
Bro.
angel. Like, what's the wolf's angel?
Like, this shit is crazy, bro. And like another thing, Charles Schwab is the guy you guys use for your stocks, bro. He's the one in charge of your fucking whatever. If you guys have a Charles Schwab account, yeah, he got you. You're in his fucking computer, bro.
That's the same person? Is it?
I don't know.
What's his name?
I don't think so.
I think it's a little bit different. It's okay.
I'll let him roll with it. So the wolf's angel, that's a direct symbol from the Nazi SS. Obviously, it's a little bit older, but they use it for their SS shit. And then look at the top right there, Azov. It has not only the wolf's angel, but it has the black sun. The black sun is also another Nazi symbol. When we first started the Ukraine war, like that was a big story, and then it just disappeared. And now they're fully funded, and they're part of like, I think they're the number one battalion in the Ukrainian military. It's just really weird how, and then Putin says, what was the main reason that he was fighting Ukraine? He says they've been infiltrated by secret Nazi groups. And I seem to see it. Literally, I have so many pictures saved on my phone of Ukrainian people with straight up Nazi skulls, SS everywhere. It's like they're really proud of it. And they sing a Nazi hymn as like their military song. So it's like, I'm wondering if these underground Antarctic Nazis are starting to get bold, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah,
Hey,
of course they
D-Bake.
are, bro.
What's up?
I actually got something you will find very interesting. I'll share my screen just to show this image. So
Okay.
that sun wheel you're talking about, the black sun.
Wavelsburg Castle.
Yep. So interestingly enough, make of this what you will, it could just be a coincidence, but in the UFO contact from Planet Yarga contacts, the Yargans describe their technology for the flying saucer as 2 synchrotron storage rings with beams of light with vents that let them out in a third ring to give them thrust in their flying saucer. And they say across the galaxy, the sun wheel is the name of the technology that's commonly recognized.
Interesting. I can see that. I can see that because the swastika is supposed to be a sacred symbol that you meditate on, and so is the Star of David, the Merkaba. If you go to like Sumerian and Egyptian, they have the swastika and the Star of David next to each other and superimposed, and there's like symbols you're supposed to meditate on, like mantras and sacred geometry. So
oh yeah,
I can see that.
When I was a satellite technician, I remember going to a Hindu house, a household of this Hindu family, and they had swastikas lining their doorway. I thought, oh, that's so strange. What am I about to walk into? And it was a Hindu family. It just had a different meaning to them.
Crazy.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different occult symbology with the Nazis that I think is very interesting. I mean, like I think the Roman salute's cool, but we can't use it anymore because they ruined it. I actually think the swastika is a cool fucking symbol, but you can't use it because they fucking ruined it. But I don't know. At what point in time do we let the bad guys appropriate that? I think it's a little bit too soon, but still. So back to this little Nazi connection. Even the Hermes incident, a lot of times, I guess, so when we first got them on Operation Paperclip, we had them make rockets for us. And in the beginning, they were purposely programming these rockets during tests to hit our own bases because they didn't like Americans. They were like, yeah, we'll come work for you, quote unquote, but we don't fucking like you guys. So they were fucking still carrying the war out. I guess we told them to stop and they wouldn't stop. The word on the streets is it took a call from the Antarctic Nazis in the underground base. Like we had their scientists and Admiral Byrd's coming back with his tail in between his legs because he just got his ass beat in Antarctica. And they go pretty much, the Antarctic Nazis, they go, we know the scientists are giving you a hard time with the rockets. We can make it all stop if you play ball. So that's when the negotiations began. We were like, okay, we can start a formal negotiations with these underground Nazis because they can tell the scientists that are in our control to stop acting a fuss. And then ever since they made that call, Werner von Braun started working for us. So, and I think the call was like, hey, work for the United States. Just maintain being a Nazi, but keep that in the closet. Do everything the United States people say, because us as underground Antarctic Nazis, we're going to maintain this connection with them, and we're going to try to infiltrate them. We're going to try to use America as our next Fourth Reich, as our next vessel to sleaze into, if that makes sense. And it worked, and that's, I guess, the basis for behind where this entire global network is going, what I'm trying to say. So I also we believe that the Nazis may have made contact with the celestial race. I don't know if they were, I hypothesize they were rebellious. I think they made contact with rebels. So they did get UFO technology. They did get some secrets. And that's part of the reason why you're in contact with rebels. If they give you technology before you're ready, that's kind of a cosmic no-no. But if the Nazis were in contact with rebels, that means, like, even when we talk about, when we like to read rebel information, even if it's rebellious, there's still celestials that are way more advanced than us. So you can learn something, But if the Antarctic Nazis are in contact with rebels, that means they have super advanced technology. They have beings, celestials, that are willing to break the rules to give them this technology. And now they have a huge bargaining chip. And from the Midway or Rebel point of view, they're stoked. We now have a guy on planet Earth who's in control of everything. And now it becomes a big geopolitical game for the planet.
Exactly. So everybody wondering why the Nazis are in the news, why you're seeing so much Nazi this, there, that, everywhere, all over the news, all over the media. Bro, they
They never
planned
left.
it, bro. They planned this shit. This shit is literally Hydra. They were just hiding in plain sight. And now that they have the power, the resources to really try to up it and try to like D-Bake said, like just try to like show their ass a little bit, they're like, yeah, you guys can't do nothing because you're already fucked.
Yep.
So it's just like, if you guys are wondering why Nazis are in 2026, bro, they've been here since 2020, dog. Since the beginning, and it's crazy how we can just find
Placing
a timeline.
presidents.
Exactly, like we're on the timeline right now. We're like on the journey. We're showing you guys like where it started and how it's developed and how Jeffrey Epstein is just like involved with all this shit.
Exactly. That's a perfect segue right there.
Bro, we're rolling you YouTube blunt right now.
Yeah. The Epstein conspiracy blunt.
I got a connection here. That's kind of wild. That is an important recognition. You know, D-Bake's talking about like, did the Nazis actually have contact with non-human intelligence, and were they from the rebel side? Were they being given advanced technology because they were synchronizing with the ideals of the rebels, and the rebels wanted to use this group of humans as their proxy to help rule their kind of mission of service to self? And so an important link here is, one, the Nazi elite connection and interest with what you'd call the occult. I think they have something what they call the Vril Society. I need to look this up because
Vril.
do you have what was the story behind that?
We can look it up.
Yeah, we're gonna pull up some notes on this because
Vril Society.
Yeah, I got an entire timestamp. Give me a second. Just keep talking for a second.
Yeah. So again, like and when I say occult, I guess what this is like, it's this acknowledgement that so in modern materialistic society, the occult seems like a philosophy or just like some religious idea, but the occult individuals basically do recognize the existence of non-human intelligence, but it's not really so simple as just extraterrestrial beings from another planet. It's more like realizing that the characters, the angels and the demons in the Bible are actually real beings that we have had minor and like really major contact with throughout history. But in the occult philosophies and systems of what they also call Western magic, they believe and they have rituals and meditations to contact these beings, to establish communication with and create deals with these non-human intelligences that are basically, you could say, incorporeal, primarily incorporeal. No, not like as simple as just having a physical body. And they live here on the planet with us. And so some of you have probably heard some of the stories of what was the rocket scientist that what was his name, that he was well known for doing occult rituals with Aleister Crowley?
Jack Parsons?
Jack Parsons, yeah. So Jack Parsons is another character within the rocket and the science program who is like in books with Aleister Crowley and having his own books about this whole magic ritual system of creating comms with non-human intelligence. And this is the same type of thing that there were certain elite Nazis were also a part of. And so there's something, I guess, in the lore that they call the Vril Society, and it's that this was like their concept of the vital life force that kind of animates humanity and that we all have. And these other intelligent beings have this same Vril, right? So this is sort of like a mix of occult concepts. There was a group called the Thule Society, which was which was also kind of a part of summarizing these concepts. But what I'm getting to here is that how exactly does
I got the
this
video pulled up now.
Okay, perfect. Let's feature this video, and then I'm going to cut in with how this connects directly to Jeffrey Epstein, and is he a part of this continuation? Is he a part of this line of belief, and that could link him, I guess you could say, to that whole breakaway civilization control grid. So we're going to check out this video first, and then we're going to link here to the topic at hand.
Part 2, Anenerbe. After the war, in Nazi secret archives, intriguing photos and drawings were discovered. It proved that German scientists were actually engaged in the development of disc-shaped aircraft. At the time, nothing like this existed. How had Nazi scientists managed to make such a technological leap? Anenerbe Society, the most mysterious organization in the Third Reich. Even now, the secret services of leading powers hunt for its secrets. But why? It's simple. This was the only known historical structure engaged in the study of the occult and mysticism to have state funding and support. No organization in the world had at its disposal such a volume of data or had such influence on the development of occult technology as the Anenerbe. The Anenerbe founders were drawn from the highest ranks of the Third Reich. Research on occult knowledge and paranormal phenomena by the Anenerbe received blessings from SS Reichsfuhrer Himmler, who not only acted on his own initiative but also with instructions from Adolf Hitler. Officially, the society was founded in 1935 and was intended to explore the historical roots of the German nation. Anenerbe, when translated, means legacy of the ancestors. However, the society's scope of interest was broader than ancient German history study. Third Reich leaders understood an army's size wasn't necessary to win future wars. Therefore, they adopted the so-called concept of qualitative superiority. Therefore, one can win a war with relatively low quantitative forces while utilizing high qualitative forces to provide them with qualitative superiority. The Anenerbe brought in specialists in the occult, non-traditional, and paranormal knowledge in order to achieve a breakthrough in an area where their opponents would not be competent. Nazi ideology was based on the theory that in the past there was a powerful Earth civilization with access to secrets of the universe. Somewhere, encrypted and scattered, this higher knowledge was preserved. Specifically, they were tasked with reviving the superhuman in Germany. In their role as an ancient Aryan descendants, they were very interested in Atlantis. Their scientists believed it, the Aryan race's native home. Therefore, Germany was the rightful heir to Atlantean technological knowledge. According to the librarian from one of the Postansky libraries, in March of 1945, he witnessed Soviet troops approaching German territory. The Anenerbe were evacuating a library carrying away 140,000 volumes. The library catalog would be very interesting. It's possible the Anenerbe learned something incredible about Antarctica. They made the study of this continent one of the main Nazi leadership goals. Actually, the SS were after very specific knowledge. Studies were carried out concerning the paranormal abilities of employees of the Anenerbe. The results were recorded on personal files. When the war started, officers with these paranormal abilities, along with others who displayed paranormal skills, were merged into a single Anenerbe department. Unfortunately, there are no records on what this department was working on, or more importantly, what results were achieved. One of the main objectives pursued by the Anenerbe experts was the use of paranormal abilities to contact unknown beings. Part 3, Saucers.
War in order to win the South Polar War. And we see the seal of the first German Antarctic expedition, 1938-39. We see here quietly the oak leaves of this is oak, right? Yeah. The oak leaves of the Thule Society. It was under the sponsorship of the secret patronage of the Thule Society. The Germans were fascinated with.
So there's a little background of the Ahnenerbe, and the Thule Society was actually outside of the Ahnenerbe. The Ahnenerbe was a military arm, and they asked the Thule for like advice, and they like kind of took the Thule Society in. And there was the Vril and the Thule were two organizations that were kind of absorbed by the Ahnenerbe. So the military found these two organizations and put them in. He's showing the seal right here on the Deutsche Antarktische expedition, and he's saying that there's the two oak leaves right there, and that's how you know that it's Thule sponsored, because if you look at the Thule Society logo, where is it? I think somewhere in their logo they have their oak leaves. I looked this up before, and there's an Ahnenerbe one.
No, this
is
very
through a lot of slop to figure it out, but yeah. So I hope that could kind of tie into what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Tejal.
Yeah. During one of the ends of that clips talking about the Ahnenerbe and Thule Society was like, he was like, and they believed they could contact, other beings.
Mm-hmm.
And so now again, like, we're wondering when the power structure, when the degeneracy goes like as high as what is seen in the Epstein disclosures, like, are they in a similar mindset as something like the Nazi? Because these are case studies of the worst of humanity. Like, what are kind of the links? And so I guess I have this clip here. This interview with Epstein has sort of like dropped on the internet. A lot of people have seen this, like a 2-hour thing. Now, for context, this was actually part of really what was like a PR campaign where he was trying to rehabilitate his image. And so it's said that this interview is between him and Steve Bannon, and that it's a collection of more than about 15 hours of footage that they were filming for like an interview. Wow. Again. So I just want to give the right context so that you know that like this is like their marketing materials that they were making for their own PR campaign, but it still does encode some of Jeffrey's beliefs and thought system. And so there's a clip in here where Steve asked him, like, do you believe in the soul? Like, do you believe in these life after death things? Like, what's going on? And so I think that this is going to reveal something about Jeffrey's interest. Like, would he be interested in such occult topics? Was he himself believing in that he's working with non-human beings in his deals? Was that part of his system? Because we saw different symbology at his campus with the whole sundial thing. Like, is it just modern art, or is it actually a real conscious attempt to work with rebel non-human intelligence? This is important to understand because there's human evil, and then there's human evil assisted and guided by the hands of visitors among us, or the life that also lives here on the planet. And we need to be aware of both these worlds, and we need to also get past the former fear. There's a large fear about, angels and demons in different religions. It's important to correctly understand their role so that we can, on the good side, also work with these forces and take back the planet. So We'll take a look at this clip. I'm sharing my screen for you guys. We're getting the audio to the stream, so let's go.
The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation, trying to hide things.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul? That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. Have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So
there's no question to you about
no
that.
Question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
Because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
thank you.
But have you talk about you actually believe in it, and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge, and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor.
Yeah. Loves cutting them off, huh?
But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes. But what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but this some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, it's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty, it's just black, but I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But
Sorry.
With Newton,
he's a lot smarter than I thought he was.
Right. I have a little more to play, but we can kind of stop and give like an initial figuring out okay, this is kind of weird. In one sense, some of the things he's talking about are like in the same realm that our channel goes into in terms of philosophy and the soul. And so you go, oh, what is happening here? Like, does he believe this? But remember, in Star Wars, which is real, we've said this before in the conversation, we had a comment, both the Jedi and the Sith recognize and use the Force. This is important. And that's like an elite training program to be in the Jedi or the Sith. And that's what we call mind, body, spirit, progress, and maximization. Now, here's the thing. You can accumulate power in mind and body while still being disconnected from the spirit. And it's still esoteric, it's still occult, it's still using a version of these higher principles, but instead of being directed in harmonic resonance with the divine thought forms, you are using a highly distorted version that points everything to yourself. So people think that materialism or evil arises out of the lack of a belief in a higher system, in believing in the afterlife, and that these people don't believe in these things. That's not true. The smartest, most powerful elite acknowledge the mystery of that aspect. Occult means the things that are hidden. They're looking for this, and they're looking to use its power for themselves. Now, we know that all power and true reality comes from spirit. So we don't necessarily have something to fear from those who will use mind and body and the vast cosmic potentials that come through that, but fail to use the spirit. But we should recognize that they can communicate with non-human intelligence. They can enlist and trade and make deals with beings beyond themselves. And you, as the daily layperson living in society, should make acknowledgement of this, because spirituality is the recognition of spirit. It's what is the reality of spirit. Now, in a lower sense of the word, spirit means spirits. We're talking about like good spirits, bad spirits, that type of thing. Spirit can also mean these other forms of intelligence that are not embodied in physical bodies, but they still exist here and communicate with humankind and influence us. So this is part of the whole UAP disclosure. This is why some people in the government are also afraid to even get into the UFO stuff, because it touches this spiritual element, and we need to unravel this and pay attention to a degree, because these elites are not just materialist. They are consciously thinking about the occult subject, about the mind and the body and the psychic psionic force. So that's just partly what I see here in this conversation. There's a couple more minutes and then we'll cut this off.
Well, real quick,
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I forget where we read this from. It might have been a Mesa Verde. It might even be in the Urantia book, implied somewhere, but I forget. I mean, it's talked about in the Urantia book, but not specifically like this. It said one of the contact cases that have to do with the Urantia book said that Lucifer was the first being in the cosmos to teach that there was no father, but that the universe was all energies.
Mm.
And that resurrection, or like dying and going to another body, is a natural process in the cosmos. It has nothing to do with like divinity and heavenly progress. And that's a very dangerous thought form, because it's saying what you're saying. Like, you don't have to be a good spiritual person in order to contact spiritual beings and understand the spiritual dimension. You can actually understand the spiritual dimension, but in the end, in your mind, there is no father. There is no moral being who you need to strive towards. So this spiritual dimension to them is kind of like another free-for-all dimension they can use to manipulate you, which is scary. So like they're using like tricknology or NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, or lying and deception, manipulation, in order to achieve their goal. And to them, they're using the spiritual dimension too, but for manipulative reasons. So yeah, like I said, don't think these people get to this point by being devoid of spirituality. It's even darker than that. They're embracing the spirituality, but in the dark side.
Yeah, these are the only types of people that I know think that they can get over on a entity that they can't even see. Like, humans are the only people, or the only thing I know that can think they can
You're right.
trick
One
an
of-
entity, bro.
That's invisible.
Like, oh yeah, like I know you think I'm gonna give you my soul, but in reality, I'm gonna give you 10 kids' souls, and that's gonna give you good. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, like only a human could think of some weird, fucked up shit like that, bro.
That's so weird
Yeah,
that you say
all
that.
comes from Lucifer. Yeah.
There's that phrase that everyone knows, a deal with the devil, or you sold your soul for the industry. Like, you became a plant. You gave up your creative freedom and you sold out. Like, that whole idea is also a literal idea, meaning that in the realm of non-human intelligence, and also a little bit into the extraterrestrial intelligence, there is what is known as the law of free will, meaning that there is a sort of cosmic repercussion for non-human entities who force their will and ideas on humanity, because there are angelic forces which watch over a planet, and they do stop certain things. They don't necessarily step in when the humans are fighting with each other, because humans are responsible to fix their own relationship. There's only a certain amount that they can do, you could say, to stop us from fighting. But when it comes to stopping rebel high cosmic entities from influencing, they do some of that. They put that, we've talked about
Certain
this a
shit's
lot.
off limits.
Yeah, certain things are off limits. Sometimes they'll remove the entity from the planet and put it on a prison isolation world because they broke too many of the rules. Now, to another degree, they also had a hands-off attitude for a long time. So there's a bit of a mix. But my main point here is that when it comes to non-human beings, there's this whole thing called the law of free will, and they find ways to get around it. The primary way to get around this law of free will is that they consciously engage and create an offer, an agreement to humans who want to work with them. And normally the human wants something and the entity wants something. And so what they're actually brokering is a deal, and they're not forcing their will on anyone. They're actively seeking those who seek them, those who recognize non-human intelligence and try to use their power for their own ends. This is what's called a deal with the devil. Abstractly, that's what's happening. That's why when you say like, oh, you hear a story of like people in Hollywood who like did a ritual and like basically got in with the Illuminati, but they have to do all these like rituals and initiations. They might not even know it at a conscious level that there are real like invisible beings behind this process. But the ones at the top, they actually worship these beings and they give sacrifice and mental recognition to them. They give that to them. This is just this. I mean, this has always been the history of human sacrifice. It's always been in lieu to some higher power. We are sacrificing this human to this God. This is, and so there's a modern version of this in society, and now we kind of understand that this is a cosmic table of players that are on the board. This isn't imaginary. This isn't something religions made up, even though the olden days they understood it less. Like this is still in play, and it's being revealed in a new sort of way. And we need to correlate these concepts so that we're not left holding the bag or clueless or letting these people take over our planet, because we have a divine potential and we can work with cosmic celestial beings to make the planet better.
Too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Amen, brother. Get me pumped up, straight up. And it's true. It is true. Obviously, like you said, there are elites that are in contact with billion-year-old rebel celestial beings. But the cool thing is there's more good ones, and they're actually waiting for us to contact them. The only difference is with the rebels, they're not following rules. They're not following free will laws. They can just contact willy-nilly. You actually have to do a certain amount of things in order to get contact with the good ones. And it's not just like going to church and praying a hallelujah every now and then. You actually have to put in work, like what we're doing.
And unfortunately, the evil occultists take this a lot more seriously than the average person with good intentions. Because they do their occult rituals where they pray and light candles and all that stuff. They truly believe in this, and it's just like what Jesus was saying about why the heathens rage.
My favorite quote.
Us believers in truth need to likewise take this just as seriously to fight for good.
Amen. Spiritual assault, baby. Yeah, I mean, now that we're on the subject and we have to build this, I know this entire mental picture is a lot to fill in, but you need to understand every point in order to get like, okay, now I get where I am. The world's complex. If you're a baby, you can't just take one look out your front door and be like, okay, I understand everything. No, you got to fucking study everything. And then you realize, oh, I live in a very complex geopolitical game. So that's what we're trying to paint for you. And it's taken a bit, but Planetary HQ. I ain't got nothing else to do. You ain't got nothing else to do. So hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and tell your friend about us. Okay. So this is talking about the midway creatures. So invisible beings who were born on planet. They are NHI, non-human intelligence, but they are not extraterrestrials. They are, some people say ultra-terrestrials. They're from planet Earth. So I always say this and get used to this. 500,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago, 37,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago, the Anunnaki landed. 250,000 years ago, they rebelled. So for 250,000 years ago, for 250,000 years, they were doing good. And then they decided to rebel with Lucifer, whatever. So the rebellion happened, and 37,000 years ago, Adam and Eve got sent to Earth to fix the rebellion. Unfortunately, they failed. And then you have 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ landed. Woo! And then we have now. So 250,000 years ago, one, the Anunnaki rebelled. they started having sex with the humans, and they started having sex with each other, and they created invisible beings, and these are called the midwayers. Because the Anunnaki had human bodies, these midwayers were similar to us, but they were invisible. The first midwayers. The second midwayers, the second generation of midwayers, were created when Adam and Eve landed. So there's two generations of midwayers, primary and secondary. One were created from the Anunnaki, celestial beings, and the next generation were created from the descendants of Adam and Eve. So Adam and Eve, I guess you could say. And these are the secondary midwayers. For the most part, they're just like us. They were born from humans, but they're invisible. And they never die, so they've been on planet forever. It's very important to understand this because this is their planet as well. According to my studies, there is not one meeting on planet Earth in the CIA and the government, in any government agency, where a midwayer is not present. They are like a celestial intelligence agency, and they're gathering intel everywhere on Earth so that, and they give it up to Jesus, they give it to the seraphim, they give it to whatever angelic group needs it. So these midwayers are alive. There's good ones and there's bad ones. Okay. So these are the demons that you guys consider the elite. The deep state is in contact with these demons. These are who they're in contact with. They're in contact with rebel midwayers who aren't from the stars. They're from here. And that's why you hear Tucker Carlson and a lot of people saying these UFOs aren't from other planets. They're from here. They're a little confused because there are rebel beings who are from other planets, but don't confuse them with rebel beings who are from our planet called the midwayers. And this is from the Urantia Contact. It says, these disloyal midwayers were able to reveal themselves to mortal eyes under certain circumstances. And especially was this true of the associates of Beelzebub. Yeah, you've heard that term before, Beelzebub. I hope I can connect some dots for you. Gave you the answer. Beelzebub is a rebel midwayer. It's a real entity, okay? It's not just some weird fictional demon. The leader of the apostate secondary midwayers. But these unique creatures must not be confused with rebel cherubim and seraphim who are from off-planet. Some of the older writers designated the rebellious midway creatures as evil spirits and demons while referring to the seraphim as evil angels, okay? The next quote is about Caligastia, the leader of the Anunnaki. It says, Caligastia, your apostate planetary prince is still free to roam around your planet and prosecute his nefarious designs, but he has absolutely no power to enter the minds of men. Neither can he draw near their souls to tempt or corrupt them unless they really desire to be cursed with his wicked presence. So we're not trying to scare you here. We just want to get you to understand that, yes, this global elite, the Nazi underground bases, whose descendancy is the intel agencies of today via the CIA and the space program, and who Epstein works for, they are in contact with rebel celestials. And the entire program is to overcome this and win the planet back for positive celestials so that we can finally get Star Trek in real life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just pointing out the points on who they're in contact with. So now we have another layer of the puzzle there. We got the Antarctic Nazi connection, we got the midwayers on planet Earth connection, and the elite, and we're getting closer to, now we can actually get into the Epstein timeline. So anybody else got anything to add off that?
Yeah, I got some I want to touch on briefly. It's really interesting what you were showing with the on an airbase society and their fascination with the occult and with Atlantis.
John D, you love John D.
Yeah, this guy, John D, back in the 1600s, he was an English mathematician, astronomer, teacher, astrologer, occultist, and alchemist. He was the court astronomer for an advisor to Elizabeth I. He spent a lot of time on alchemy and occult mysteries. He was actually the inspiration for 007, apparently.
Yes, yes.
He had these strange ideas. Him and an associate of his shared a wife in some kind of occult ritual to contact angels. And yeah, it gets pretty wacky. They believe they
So
were
they were in
contacting
contact
angels.
with rebel midwayers or something. Yeah.
Yeah, they believe they were in contact with angels. There's all this literature of their channelings from those angels. Now, fast forward through history, we have the Theosophical movement in the 19th century, founded by Helena Blavatsky. They were obsessed with occult mysteries. A lot of similarities to and parallels to Nazi mysticism, which would occur, well, like 30 years later or something. And they similarly had a fascination with races and with Atlantis. Helena Blavatsky would end up. We went into the John Keeley stuff. Helena Blavatsky was accused of raiding and stealing all of John Keeley's anti-gravity equipment.
Oh, was she
Elliot,
really?
yeah,
She stole all John Kelly's shit. The plot
yeah,
thickens.
yeah.
And this
That
would have gone like to the Vril and the Thule and the Unnerve Society, all this information.
Yeah, because that was like 1875. So throughout the early 1900s, let's see, she died in 1891. But yeah, that John Keeley material we were reading eventually goes into that. Aleister Crowley is a famous character. Many people know about him. If you don't, he was an occultist who joined many secret societies. He was kicked out of most of them. So he started his own, the Order of the Golden Dawn. And
don't forget to mention the connection. Supposedly, Caligastia, who we just read about, who can only draw close to men who desire his presence. Supposedly, Aleister Crowley was one of the beings who was intimately connected with Caligastia.
Yes. He had a creepy secret society. Or what was it called? Orientis, some other.
Ordo Templis
Ordo Templi Orientis. That's it. Yeah.
OTO.
OTO. They practice
Golden
sex
Dawn.
magic. Yeah, that's one of the Led Zeppelin logos. Actually,
That's so weird. I actually tried to read some of his shit the other day because I tried to read it when I was young. I just put it down because like this is fucking gibberish. And later in my life, I realized people took him seriously. I'm like, oh my God, you guys.
Very serious.
The shit I put down, because I don't really put shit down. If I open it, I'm going to try to read it, even as hard as it is. I'm going to try to read it. I put that shit down, dude. Like a couple days ago, I opened it back up and I was like, this is bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
And he outlines like I only read it because of the Epstein files. And like one of the files references him and talking about like fucking little kids, and one of his like he has like proscriptions for you should do for rituals, and one of his rituals is that like fucking little kids, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, the way he says it almost like you can play it off as a joke. Like he's saying that like killing kids. He says then you have to kill kids, but people defend him saying he's referring to masturbation, that every time he jerked off, that was his joke on killing kids. Yeah, killing kids by jerking off.
Sure.
So, I don't know. It just pretty much, if you study that shit, you're a piece of shit. And if he was in contact with Caligastia, this is just a psyop to make the planet more degenerate so that Michael can establish a base.
Well, yeah, and what's important about this, what he essentially practiced is what he called sex magic. He believed that through sexual transmutation, you can unlock certain energies, creative powers, and that will
I do believe that
in life. Yeah, it doesn't have to be creepy and occult.
The way he did it was,
but because of their obsession with sex magic, they become desensitized. They need bigger and bigger thrills. But him and this dude, Jack Parsons, similar to John Dee, shared a wife, which they called the Whore of Babylon. She proudly
he shared a wife with Jack Parsons?
Yeah, they were all into the occult. Jack Parsons, you know...
He's the founder of JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, NASA. Him and Werner von Braun were fucking boys.
Thelemite occultist, yep. Founder of Jet Propulsion Laboratories, Jack Parsons Labs, part of a series on Thelema.
We went there. We were there together. We got pictures in front of that, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's all I got for now. I know Taylor had a few more minutes of that interview, and then I got plenty of good, juicy documents from the Epstein files when we're ready to jump into that.
Yeah.
We're just now coming on to the Epstein timeline. So,
what I wanted to mention,
this fucking thing, and maybe we also got some swag for the people before we hit that second half.
Yes. And about the sex magic, just keep that in the back of your mind when we're looking at what Epstein was doing with the connection of all the occult symbolism he had.
That's so important. Sex magic you need to keep that in the forefront of your mind. Yeah. Because that's how you got to look through this. 100%.
All right. So we got a couple more clips, 3 more minutes that really basically hit the nail on the head with what we're talking about. Like, this is not just a modern materialist. This is someone who's like using a lot greater context. Yeah, so here we go.
But
Sorry.
With Newton, with all his chemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz had just talked about the soul, Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or at Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
Good, it's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into
Epstein's
two categories.
smart.
People that solve problems. Yep. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world
this makes me feel uneasy.
Has been created out of our systems of mathematics.
Like, I want to be like, dude, this is awesome. This guy's smart. I love how he's saying it, but it's
the physical
Epstein.
world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics.
Right, so there, that quote.
God
this
damn,
table
bro.
appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid.
Look how alive he gets when he starts talking about this.
Eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies. It's not different. It's the same type of frequency as light, but different speeds. The table's invisible. We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows. The waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls I can see them because my eyes, a physical system, determines that the walls are there.
So that's the end of
Dude, this is
what
scary.
I wanted to show.
This is giving me insight onto I can only imagine him with high level profile people just brainstorming for hours about crazy shit, dude.
You wonder how he did what he did. He became the supervillain and did it at such a massive scale because he's like, what does he say? He's like, we need a new science. He's like, the modern world has separated mathematics from philosophy and the spirituality. But you can tell he's like recognizing all three of these fields and considers himself possibly a genius like the old times. Who has a higher purview.
I don't like hearing Epstein talk like Planetary HQ, dude. This is weird.
I know, shit. We got to get him on the channel. He's still alive out there.
Oh my
God. In Israel.
Sorry, Taylor. I cut you off. I was so sorry.
No. Honestly, it's quite uneasy. The fact, the way that he kind of like slips into the same type of conversations that we have. It does give you like a type of skepticism. Like you realize that like the people who recognize the greater reality, they do have like a sort of magnetic draw to them because they're not like their mind is not just closed to like physical reality. And that bleeds through in his personality. He's using that to attract and But again, like I said about Star Wars, the Jedi and the Sith, they both use the Force.
Yeah,
And there's a
dude.
very
was just gonna
fine
say.
line.
That's crazy, dog.
Yeah, like this shows like him just talking about this stuff shows the duality in almost
Mhm.
everything that we talk about, the duality. Just as much as there's this bad and all the bad shit he's doing, he's seeing all the terms that he's using that we may use, that you may hear us use. Bro, yeah, they go hard as fuck over there on that side too. The Sith over there fucking
Yeah,
like
true
they
that.
said,
They
they're
go
fucking
hard as fuck.
brainstorming with each other
Mhm.
to fucking do all this
Yeah.
crazy stuff. But there's another side to that, and we want to
Crazy.
be that side. We want to be on that other side where we're not using people. We're not like, well, we're not doing any of that type of stuff. First of all, but it's just
No,
like
dude, this is
just
scary,
forward
dude.
progression, bro. Just they're already just trying to stay stagnant, keep us stagnant, and they're trying to like break away. We're just trying to make sure everybody is pushing forward. Society is pushing forward, and we're not, creating confusion and chaos and all this other crap. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. But dude, this is like scary as shit, dude. Like we talk about it all the time on the channel. I'm just like reanalyzing everything, and
Right?
dude, Triosophy is something like we coined, and we don't hear that anywhere besides like Da Vinci. Nobody like breaks it down quickly like that. Like that shit that literally would come out of like my mouth. He just spoke Triosophy. Like he was trying to explain Triosophy to someone else. I've never encountered that in my life. I'm shocked because that comes from us. Now it's coming
It's
from a
weird,
person like him. And he's like, oh my God, this is what the rebels will do. Because Triosophy is true, we're both going to talk about Triosophy, but they're going to use it in a way to manipulate, while we're going to use it in a way to try to progress the planet. So like you're literally staring at in the eyes of evil, like the Sith right there. They're looking at the same Trisopic system and trying to manipulate it in a power controlling way, as opposed to what we're looking for to grow every individual. That's bone chilling to hear. This
That's
motherfucker
wild,
knows what we're talking and thinking about, but using it for the darkness.
Like an idea that came to me, or like a thought when Taylor was talking before we started the clip, was the fact that us as humans, we are already like sometimes some of us just come out naturally good, naturally kind. Some of us come out like serial killers, just come out like all like emotionless. We kind of like evil, I guess. And I guess the like you guys read the midwayers, whether they're good or bad. These rebel midwayers, they don't have any rules to stop from potentially trying to see if there's any prospects, I guess you can use the word prospects, of like people they could like make a deal with. Like let's say Jeffrey Epstein was like, if he didn't get in contact with these higher uh beings, I think he just would have been like a fucking crazy ass sex ring trafficker dude. But since he
Yeah.
connected and had that desire to try to connect with something outside of the physical realm, they gave him access to all this crazy shit, and he's like, "Oh fuck, for real?" And now he's fucking he's actually like the face of the fucking Sith. Exactly. Like now he's the Jeffrey Epstein. Like if in an alternate world he could have been some fucking drug dealer. That's maybe that's as bad as he came out. But then these
Yeah.
rebel midwayers
This
came
Saul's
and gave him,
quality.
yeah, like he
Mhm.
like the,
Like
well
he has
the thing I was trying to
potential.
say, exactly, like they directed his energy, which was already bad, into a direction. That's all they did. They literally just they weren't like, hey, do this. They were just like, look this way, and he just took it from there, type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The Urantia book refers to a
You want to
phenomenon
be a small
called.
time dealer? We can make you a fucking geopolitical scammer, dog.
Well, yeah, that magnetic personality. The Urantia book refers to that as power personality synthesis, and as you gain in power and self improvement and all that, you become power personality synthesized, and you begin to have that kind of magnetic reach. But when you look at every famous cult in history, like Jonestown Massacre, Heaven's Gate with the UFO mass suicides, the Branch Davidians in Waco Village, the Manson family, or even someone like Scientology or Gabriel of Urantia, you're able to take these high up concepts, but then use them as leverage to manipulate others for your own service to self, personal
That's
gain.
that cosmic sin.
So it is the Force, and you can use it as a Jedi, or you could use it as a Sith.
Ooh, that's dangerous territory right there. And you will be judged on how you use it.
Exactly.
Shout out to Planetary HQ. Well, speaking of Planetary HQ, I think we do got some new swaggy swiggy for the peeps. Because, we always trying to take the planet back from the rebels. You can help us by doing it by hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. But we also got some intergalactic drip for the people. We're talking about mind, body, spirit. You need to get your mind right. You need to get your spirit right. But you also need to get your fucking swag right. Like right here. I got the rebel scum right here. You know what I'm talking about?
Here's the thing, like we are making it very clear about you could say the primary sides of service to self and service to others operate on the planet. This is an expose specifically into the darker side of the service to self, but we know that everyone watching here is trying to be on the team of light. Using the higher light codes to harmonize with the divine, because it can take you into eternity. It can take you into infinity and beyond. The thing that I guess you could say Epstein missed out on is that if you want immortality, there's only one immortal path that can truly take you on forever. And that is to coordinate with your internal guiding light, the thought adjuster, the divine light within. And if you work with it and allow it to adjust your thoughts to the light, to the good, to the divine thought form, it will take you on an epic adventure. That is what you give up by doing service to self. You can gain money, you can gain power, you can gain esoteric contact with non-human intelligence and feel like you rule the world. And yet you're still going to die out. Your flame cannot survive into eternity unless you pursue the only eternal thing that you have. Everything else is relative and will die in time and space and will blink out like it never existed.
Tell him, bro. Tell him.
So
Speaking right now.
If you want to be on the right team, get that right swag, check it out.
I need your attention, everybody. This just in. The New Jersey drones are now over New York, LA, and every major capital on the face of planet Earth. They keep repeating a message over the 6 gigahertz frequency band, and it keeps saying, Planetary HQ has cosmic garments for your physical mechanism. In other words, we got that drip. Straight from the Galactic Federation wardrobe, these tees vibrate at the frequency of chill. Ribbed knit collars lovingly hug your neck chakra, preventing collar droop across dimensions. Tapered shoulders enhance your interstellar silhouette, perfect for Earth missions and beyond. Dual side seams stabilize your style, ensuring your energy stays aligned even when encountering planetary turbulence. Crafted from 100% classified heirloom combed and ring-spun cotton, this featherlight fabric breathes like you're cruising through the astral plane. Ideal for layering beneath your space cloak or relaxing at your Earth base. The tailored retail fit transitions seamlessly from casual Earthling mode to I've got crystals in my pocket and I ain't from here chic, making it essential apparel for your rigorous interdimensional journey. So check out them shirts. We got a bunch of different colors. Link is in the description. Your contributions directly support spiritual operations on the front line in the battle for truth, beauty, and righteousness. With your help, we can help change the face of planet Earth, and we can look fly while doing it. Okay, now that we can fund the Black Budget Anti-Grav program, let's get back to the show.
And we're back.
Boom, boom, boom.
Dang, dude. Nice
That had
message.
some drip, bro.
I couldn't
He
believe
looked
that.
like
I know.
you, bro. He kind of looked like you.
They're getting really good at this AI. I don't know what program they're running up there. I don't know if they got Sora, Runaway.
They got the Sora V2 up there, bro. That's crazy.
Last night, I felt a pinch when I was asleep. I think some genetic material left and woke up in the morning. There was a commercial made, dude. Fucking crazy. Yeah, if you want to support the cause, go check out our shirts. We got a bunch of different shirts. We're updating it on the regular. Got an entirely new line coming soon. I ain't even gonna tease it, but just be prepared. Go get your tinfoil hat edition 1. We got that. We'll have tinfoil hat edition 2 coming soon, so you better get your hands on 1 before it comes out. We got the Planetary HQ Unity that Magma's rocking right now. No, he's not, but I mean, it's
Plastic.
the OG version, but it's the classic, and we do have the classic on the website too. The shirts are only $30. We're only making a $9 profit off it. It costs like $20 to fucking print these things out. We're putting all this money towards getting a mind, body, spirit app in everybody's pocket so that you can track your mind, body, spirit progress, and you'll, how do I put this? I don't want to be long-winded about it, but you'll get internet votes for growing your mind, body, spirit progress, and they'll multiply if you do it with other people. It's like on Instagram, you show that booty, you show that Ferrari, you get internet points.
Likes.
Yeah, you get likes, internet points. Instead for that, you're going to get likes and internet points for growing your mind, body, spirit, and you multiply it if you do it with other people.
Hell yeah.
We got some stuff in the works right now, but maybe at the end of 6 months, whoever has the highest mind, body, spirit, there's like we fly them out to some place and there's a little competition. We televise it and you get the trophy of being the most mind,
Mr.
body,
Beast
spirit
style.
progress person for the, yeah, exactly. I mean, what's up,
Planetary
Mr. Beast?
HQ Games.
Yeah, Planet PHQ Games for sure, man. Like, we'll take it over. If Mr. Beast wants to fuck with us on that, we can fucking make it happen. But all I'm saying is, you buy a shirt and you're going to contribute to that. How exciting is it to be a part of the change in planet Earth? You can be a part by supporting that. And once we got these PHQ games going on, you're watching this on Netflix and you're like, damn, I remember when these guys were giving out videos on the live stream about it. Now we're actually changing the planet. So let's do it. I know you're busy, you got kids, and you're running around, you got a job. If you can't make a YouTube video, but you can fucking look fresh and break us off $10, so buy yourself a shirt, dude, and take this shit back over. So
Yes, sir.
I think we make the Epstein connection, but I see a blue-green star around the corner. If I remember right, Chris said you got like a little stop at the blue-green star.
Yeah, I
you
do.
need to take a little break real quick.
I do. I got a freaking, bro, they called me. Not really called me. They sent a message in my head through my thought adjuster. You know what I'm talking about.
Amen.
They let me know I got some business going on somewhere else. So I'm gonna give you guys a little quick few words of motivation before I leave. Let these guys
dude,
take care of the rest. Bro.
I don't want to withdraw, man. Fucking give me that hit before you bounce.
I got you, bro. I got you. Main thing I just want to say, bro, this shit gets dark. But like I said, like we just stated right here, the duality of man is something that nobody can ever escape, bro. The two sides of a coin can never separate, dog. You need bad with the good, you need good with the bad, unfortunately. As much as it sucks, as much, as that reality is harsh, we thrive from it. We grow in something like that. We grow in the dark. I think I take pride in that.
Yeah,
That
we
I'm
grow in
able
the
to
dark.
grow in the dark.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I'm a sunflower dog, but shit, I can still grow at night. Like we have a lot of things within
hard as
us.
fuck, yeah.
We are people.
About
We
to
are
make that
human
into a
beings,
shirt,
bro.
fool. A little fucking
Exactly, bro.
sunflower, but at night still growing. It's hard as fuck.
Bro, like we're valuable, bro. They're fucking with us because they know how strong we can be, how
Mhm.
strong you can make yourself, and how strong we are as a community, as people, as a whole race. We're not just my family here, your family there. No, we're all connected. We're all one people. That's what we are one people. We uplift each other so that somebody else can uplift us, bro. That's all it is, dog. Like, don't do something for somebody just because you know you're gonna get something back. Do it just because you want to do it, and then leave it at that, bro. Like, I know a lot of things in the world are pretty crazy, but trust in the good of your family, trust in the good of the person you talk to, trust in the good of the community that you're involved within. And if there's no good, then be that good. Be that person on the bus that can talk to everybody. Be that person at school that everybody loves to talk to. Just be yourself, bro. Like I'm being myself. This is new to me. You guys are experiencing and seeing a side of me I've never showed anybody. But hey, I'm gonna do it my own way,
All
bro.
right.
I'm gonna do it my own way. I just want you guys to do it your own way too, bro. And no matter if you're young or old, do it. Whatever time you figure this stuff out, I could be 70 years old, start my own YouTube channel, bro. People still watch it.
That's right.
People still watch
Hell
it, bro.
yeah. Gang, gang.
Yeah.
That's from the brother. I know you'd be talking like he's like 60, 70 billion on the celestial level, but he's only 19. So if you're listening to this and you're young too, get off your fucking ass, dude. I'm tired of your bitch ass shit. No, get
Yeah, bro.
inspired. We love you. Everything's happy and rainbows.
I'll go make an
But that's
edit
what's
on
up.
TikTok about Planetary HQ, bro. Go make a
Hey.
TikTok edit about fucking somebody else or something, helping somebody else. Like, just spread the goodness, spread the word, spread the good news, spread Planetary HQ, bro. Spread it.
Just buy yourself a shirt, dog.
I do
All
need
right.
to get it. But all right, guys.
No, I'm talking to people, but yeah, you too. Yeah, for sure. You too.
All right, thanks for being
All
here,
right,
Chris.
brother. Well,
I appreciate that.
next
Good
Sunday,
words of power.
see you back here.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Right.
peeps. So that was Brother Chris taking off. He had to do a little extra celestial mission, but you know, it's all good. It's all good. What, Magma's already in this? What we got?
Yeah, I figured I would start us off, and unless you got something you want to jump into.
I was gonna start off with the intro to Jeffrey Epstein on the scene of the planets. I was just
Let's
gonna
do
say,
it.
you know, he got to start off in. All right, yeah, actually, you know, I'll share my screen for about 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I'll throw you a little softball, then we can do the magma zone. So, tying this all to Epstein, this crazy celestial rebellious ring that's trying to integrate with the planet, control the planet, but doesn't want to be revealed, obviously, you know, plausible deniability. These rings, after in World War II, after we won the war, Italy fell. If you remember, Italy was Hitler's like right-hand man. Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler, you know, they're the fascists, the two people that you say don't be like that. Not to mention the Magenta Italy crash, where a UFO crashed in Italy around that same time. Very interesting. Whatever. The war ended, and we realized, fuck, we got Germany, that's cool, but Italy, we really need to focus on Italy because that was Hitler's like number 2 thing. They were about to elect a communist president. And we said, fuck, fuck, fuck. We started stuffing ballot boxes. We bought churches. We bought charities. We bought all their media corporations, newspapers. We bought the bread, the bread vendors on the streets. And we were like, just put out flyers, everything that we can do, full frontal attack to get this American candidate president elected. He got elected. We couldn't believe it. We were like, damn, that was ad hoc. It wasn't really organized, but we realized we need to have this capacity in every single country. So we developed the CIA and the USAID. I'm not going to go over the documents now, but go to my live streams. It's NSC 10-2 and NSC 11. If you just type that in like, I think it's the Riot Starter Guide or How to Start a Riot. It's in our live streams. You'll find it. These documents outline that we need to have this capacity in every single nation, but we can't scramble to do it last second. We need to have this ability in every single nation. We need to buy out their media outlets, buy out their churches, buy out their bread baskets, buy out their grocery stores, buy out their politicians, buy out their labor unions, buy out the people who own the docks, buy out the people who own the frickin' nail salons. Everything. We need to have people inside every organization in every country, just in case something pops off. We can control or overturn the government if we don't like it. When that happened, it was great. Business was booming. And then the CIA got caught because we were actually writing checks from the CIA to these like terrorist organizations. And we were like, fuck, that's not good. Maybe we shouldn't do that. So when that happened in, let's see if I can have it. So it happened during President Jimmy Carter's administration. So Jimmy Carter was 1977 to 1981. Okay. Jimmy Carter, he was in charge of the Halloween massacre of 1977.
Whoa.
The Halloween massacre was given by the news media to in the United States to a mass firing and layoff, which occurred in October 1977 at the Central Intelligence Agency after the appointment of Stansfield Turner as the director of Central Intelligence. So Stanfield Turner was really close to Jimmy Carter. They realized the CIA was straight up just fucking overthrowing governments and doing just crazy shit off the books, like no oversight whatsoever. It was described as a bureaucratic nightmare. And this happened after the Church Committee, which was the Senate investigation, and the FBI and the IRS. And they were
investigating MK Ultra, right?
Investigating MK Ultra and all of the CIA. I was gonna say, like, where do I start? MK Ultra, COINTELPRO infiltrated numerous American political organizations, such as, you know, the Black Panthers. They put people in the Black Panthers and told them to make black people look bad so that people don't like the Black Panthers. Like, it's fucking crazy, dude. Operation Mockingbird to infiltrate media campaigns. Project Shamrock, where they were fucking monitoring other intel agencies, spying on other intel agencies to make sure they had the upper hand on every other federal agency. So they're placing spy devices in all other government organizations. Like, this is fucking crazy. So the Church Committee happened. Watergate. Nixon got caught breaking into the Democratic National Office and putting in wiretaps so that he can spy on the other party so that they have a one up in the political elections. Yeah, if you didn't know about Watergate, that's what it was about. And guess who got caught doing it? The CIA. Oh, funny, right? So the CIA is working for rebel factions within the government to spy on other things of the government. Okay, so after all that shit happened, they defunded them by like fucking, I think they fired like 30% of the staff and cut their budget in half and took away all of their power to do clandestine operations. Right when that happened, that's when they realized we need to go off the books. And they realized we can't just write checks from the CIA. We can't write checks from the State Department. We need a third person proxy, and it needs to be a businessman or a private industry guy. So if that makes sense to the people, we can't directly fund these terrorists, narco-terrorists, and crazy projects directly from the CIA. We need to give it to a third. You need to give it to me, Deadrick Baker. Give it to me. Give me the money, then I'll do it for you. So if I get caught, it looks like Deadrick Baker is doing it. And the CIA can be like, I don't know who the fuck that guy is. That's a fucking weirdo, dude. That's what Jeffrey Epstein was. That's how Jeffrey Epstein got into the picture. So remember, that happened in 1977. Okay? Let's look at this. When did Jeffrey Epstein get hired at BCCI? 1976. Interesting. Okay. So right when the CIA was defanged, declawed, take all their powers done, and then I'm not going to pull up the document, but a document comes out saying that it literally states verbatim, the CIA and the State Department cannot be caught giving this money to other branches, other terrorist organizations. So we need to go through private organizations, private contractors. Let's cue to one of my favorite videos. Zbigniew Brzezinski, CIA spook, and somehow this got on film. I'm surprised this was even on film, but they got some audacity and they wanted to broadcast it to the world. So let's hear what they have to say about this. This is in 1979, literally the exact same time we're talking about, 77 through 81.
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role.
Zbigniew Brzezinski from the State Department wanted to arm the Mujahideen without giving away the government's role. It's funny, and they say that, and it's on camera, and literally a CIA spook stepping out of a helicopter talking to what would become ISIS.
On the Afghan border near the Khyber Pass, he urged the soldiers of God to redouble their efforts.
It's funny, he says the Khyber Pass. Does anybody recognize that from Star Wars? Yep, the Khyber Pass. Yeah. George Lucas stole a lot from the Middle East and Africa for those. Like Tatooine is a place in North Africa. You can, like, and it's desert place. And one of the national ancient monuments, like the ancient buildings they have, like ruins, that's what's used for Tatooine infrastructure. So you can like go to the place where they filmed Star Wars, and it's actually ancient Arab Tatooine Bedouin structures. So again, the Khyber Pass, just making that Star Wars connection and the Ranch book connection. It's all real, y'all. Wait, how do I put that? What's it? There you go.
We know of their deep belief in God.
Hear that? Listen to what he says. Is this not CIA spook shit? A CIA officer, a white guy, jumps out of a helicopter in the middle of the Pakistani mountains, and he's talking to these guys. Look, if you're on the screen, look at the screen. These freaking ISIS-looking guys. He goes, "We know of their deep belief in God. I've been studying about you. I'm about to manipulate you." Listen to what he says.
And we are confident that their struggle will succeed. You know, that land over there is yours. You'll go back to it one day because your fight will prevail and you'll have your homes and your mosques back again because your cause is right and God is on your side.
That not the most dystopian CIA spook shit you've ever heard? This guy lands and goes, "God is on your side. The mosques will be yours and your fight is right. Here's a bunch of guns and money. See you later."
Yeah, imagine how big that was for these guys when they're like, "Whoa, the U.S. government is into our cause. They believe in us.
Supporting
us.
They're getting pimped out, prostituted out, bro, to fight the war. They'd have no clue they're getting used as cannon fodder. You know, like, that's so spooky. It's not even funny. They got video of a fucking Western CIA operative jumping out. You can tell he's been to meetings and studying about the local beliefs and customs. Oh, they believe in God? How can we manipulate them to do what we want? God is on your side. God is right. You know, if you talk like that to them, they're gonna get pumped up. It's so fucked up,
this
bro.
This is why aliens aren't allowed to come influence planets directly, because
exactly.
It's like,
yes,
it's
literally
so
for this reason.
It's
exactly. Yes, you nailed the nail on the head. And what's funny is me and Taylor were looking into it, and we'll get into it soon. I know this is a long stream, but this is going to be the reveal all stream. Guess who his kid is? His kid is one of the leaders in creating Antarctica policy.
Ooh.
Wait, what's this guy's name? You mean this guy, that guy that we just saw in the video?
Remember we looked at it yesterday? Zbigniew Brzezinski, then Mark Brzezinski was that article we looked up.
I didn't know that was this guy in this video. What?
No,
okay,
that's his son. That's his dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
And so Zbigniew Brzezinski had Mark Brzezinski and also a daughter, and she's one of the main anchors on like CNBC or whatever.
Huh.
A daughter. What's her? Mika Brzezinski. You see her face? You've seen her face a million times. Yes. She's one of the main.
What is she from? What is she doing?
Main anchors on.
Oh, an anchor. Okay, news anchor.
Oh yeah. Oh, ABC Today. That's fucking her. MSNBC Week Morning Joe co-host. Yep. As long as I've been alive, I've seen her face. I know her face.
Wow.
Remember, we were just talking about Project Mockingbird infiltrating all the media too. Like, so Zbigniew Brzezinski is part of these deep state families, and they're like, "Oh wow, you've done a lot of work for us. Thank you. Sure, can we use your kid for these operations too?" You know what I'm saying? So I'm just making those connections.
Yeah.
Fuck, did I lose my? Oh no, it's right here. So all right, this is the timeline. Lost it. All I'm saying is, what the fuck? I keep losing track of my tabs, dude. All I'm saying is, yeah. So if I'm running guns for the State Department, I'm literally flying out and creating ISIS, and they're giving me money. I'm reliable. I can speak to speak. Like, imagine him coming back, and they don't have internet. They don't know. They landed, and Zbignew's like, "You should have seen how I did it. I landed. I told them their fight is right, and that God's on their side," and they all got stoked. And the guys back at HQ are like, "Yeah, good job, Zbigniew. You're killing it. You're reliable. You've been doing this for 20 years, and and he's one of the people who was responsible for taking down USSR in the Cold War too. Deep state guy. Okay, you have kids. How can we use your kids? Mika, let's put her on the front of the media arm for the broadcasting company, MK Ultra. Your son is going to be part of the Council of Foreign Relations to make Antarctica policy because their dad is a trusted and true, he supported the cause. And that's how the Nazis thought about shit too, you know? Like if you're in the Third Reich, if your dad did something big, if you're, you know, they carry that on. I mean, we do it today in the American military. I'm just saying that. Interesting connection right there, especially considering what we're talking about today.
Yeah. Now, are you going right into the connection here with the big news, Sun, Arctic policy, the shipping, and
No, not right into it. I got a little bit of time. So, but I was just bringing that in. Okay, so right around that time, the CIA gets defanged, declawed. CIA realizes they need to go more covert. They need to start using private philanthropists and billionaires to move the money so that they don't get tracked by doing it, because this is a big deal. So let's just look at this timeline chart. This is a timeline for Bear Stearns, BCCI, and Safari Club. I guess we can do this real quick for the people. If they don't know what the Safari Club is, Safari Club is a covert alliance of intelligence services formed in 1976. See that? See? Same exact time frame. So the CIA is getting declawed and defanged. And then it ran clandestine operations around Africa and Asia at a time when the United States Congress had limited the power of CIA after years of abuses. And when Portugal gave independence to its last colonies in Africa. So the CIA's, they lost, it says right there, the United States Congress was like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop doing this. So they moved all their operations to the Safari Club. And this was actually, it was a front for a Safari Club, but it was the headquarters for United States, South Africa, Rhodesia, Israel, and Iran. But in 79, Iran had the Iranian Revolution. So we had a CIA-backed president in Iran. Then 79, the people didn't like it, and they overthrew him. So they originally were part of the Safari Club, but they actually had to leave because the people overthrew them. That's what led to Iran-Contra. Because the people overthrew the CIA president, we got caught running guns to him in 80. Because we were trying to re-overthrow that government to get him back into the Safari Club. It says it right here. France, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Morocco, Iran. I know this is complex, people, but you need to understand the geopolitical games. And if you want to understand how the current, you can't just be like, the government's bad and post it on your story. Yeah, we get that. Everybody knows that. You need to know how it came to be. So this is the Safari Club. Safari Club was created in, like I said, 1976. And this all connects to Epstein because, so in 1976, the Safari Club was founded. BCCI becomes the covert banking hub. So when all this happens, the CIA chooses, we need to figure out a bank that we want to run our money through. And they chose BCCI, Bank of Commerce Commercial International. But the joke was, back in the day, it's the Bank of Crooks and something International. Let's see what the joke was. The Banks of Crooks and Criminals International from PBS Frontline, BCCI. So like a bunch of these news articles know about BCCI. They're no longer in existence. They had to fall because they got caught running a bunch of illegal drugs and money. And because of that, they disbanded. But it was really just a front for the intel agencies. So the Safari Club was founded. Bear Stearns was created as a flexible broker in the United States, and BCCI is international. So Bear Stearns was the American broker that ran money through the international bank. The CIA was constrained, so they shipped all the covert ops through this private and foreign funding. BCCI is the sole proprietor that handles Saudi Arabian and Pakistani funds, Pakistani ISI funds. ISI is the Pakistani CIA. Okay. So Iran's part of this. Then in 1979, the Iranian Revolution happens. And when that happens is the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. So our guy in Iran falls. The communists put somebody in Iran. And at the same time, they invade Afghanistan. Kind of sounds familiar, right? We go into Iraq, Iran, and we invade Afghanistan at the same time. But this is modern. So they did this 20 years prior.
That's why during Desert Storm in the 90s, in Afghanistan, they had Soviet Foxbat jets and all the Soviet weaponry and equipment.
Yes. That's why they use AK-47s. So The BCCI finances Afghan jihadi logistics. That's literally the video we just watched of Zbigniew Brzezinski. So I just realized that right now. It's kind of crazy how in 79 we had that American president in there, CIA-backed president. The Iranians overthrew him. And right when the communists overthrew him to get their guy in, they invade Afghanistan. It's literally our playbook too. We overthrew Saddam in Iraq, and then we invaded Afghanistan. It's the exact same playbook, but we were just trying to we were trying to regain the region from them. So right when that happens, BCCI pops up, and BCCI starts funding all of ISIS. And guess who's in charge of the BCCI account? Jeffrey Epstein. Interesting, right? So Jeffrey Epstein's literally the guy who's running money to bin Laden over there to create ISIS and the Mujahideen. That is how Epstein makes his entrance into this deep state cabal. Because we know from before that the underground Antarctic Nazis look at planet Earth as a chessboard. They place presidents and they just use geopolitics as a way to try to morph the face of the planet. In comes Jeffrey Epstein in 1976. Working with Zbigniew Brzezinski, and Zbigniew Brzezinski's son is one of the heads of policy making in Antarctica. And his partner is Ghislaine Maxwell's ex-husband. It's getting weird, and it's showing you the transition from the old guard of the Nazi underground bases. Because you have to think about this. If you have a underground civilization of 300 to 1,000 people, and you know they can't go back up because they're like of the Nazis, they start mating, and all those generations are underground for 2, 3, 4 generations, you know? You need to start figuring out how to reintegrate with the planet, how to get out of the planet. 70s, 80s come up, and because our CIA was initially created from the Nazi CIA, you can start to connect the dots that, okay, fast forward 30, 40 years, now the underground Nazis are in bed with our American CIA. They don't even have to leave Antarctica anymore. They can just check their computer and all the intel from the American intel agencies they're getting. For geopolitics, their main thumb on the pulse for geopolitical intel is our U.S. intel agency. And now our U.S. intel agency is going private because they don't want to get caught. And that's how Jeffrey Epstein gets the in on all of this. Is that making sense? Is that connecting any dots?
Starting to make a lot of sense. He was
I do need to pee real quick if you want to.
He was a master interlocutor, a great middleman. And although it would ultimately become human trafficking, he also primarily got into his position through smuggling weapons and drugs into the U.S. from Iran and stuff like that.
Yeah, and this has been, I think, speculated on for a long while. Like, what exactly was Jeffrey's potential connection to intelligence agencies? And I'm trying to pull up. Honestly, I'm not like super deep into all this. We kind of like realized we wanted to talk about it, because there's so many eyes looking at it, and we're trying to provide a cosmic purview. But I think D-Bake laid it out like quite well, in terms of like talking about the premise for intelligence agencies working through sort of semi-independent actors, in order to move money and create opportunity. And I think there are other examples, I guess, of Jeffrey's potential like involvement that sort of makes sense with this. So, what, D-Bake, what's the story with Epstein helping get guns to various like groups? Because like he just mentioned, if the CIA is not going to do it, they need to use intermediaries to make it happen, to like get guns to support some group because they want to support a certain side of a revolution in part of the world X, Y, and Z. So I guess D-Bake, do you have the story there with the whole guns connection and Epstein's involvement that can help sort of back up this idea that he is being influenced or used as a proxy with different intelligence forces?
Like global.
Yeah,
Yeah, global
on a global
forces,
scale.
intel agencies. Yeah, perfect. That's a perfect segue. I guess that's where we're at right now. So he initially, his first job through BCCI Bear Stearns was to provide finances for the ISIS. The funny thing is that he actually links up with Adnan Khashoggi. So Adnan Khashoggi is one of the richest members in the Saudi family, and he's also one of the top directors of the Saudi CIA, I guess you could say, the CIA intelligence services. I mean, we can do an entire another episode on Khashoggi. He is the guy. He is like the international arms dealer for the entire world. Let's see here. I think he makes more, like in that time frame, he made more from grants from Lockheed Martin than anybody than all other defense contractors in the world combined.
Whoa.
Yeah. And that's kind of funny that he's getting money from Lockheed Martin. And what else are
Right.
they?
Aerospace.
Let's see. The arms dealer. Wow. Between 1970 and 1975, Lockheed Martin paid Adnan Khashoggi $106 million in commissions alone.
Dang.
Yep. So, and that's only the beginning. I mean, I forget. I was listening to Mike Benz talk about it. It's not only Lockheed Martin, it's Raytheon. It's all of the FFRDCs that have to do with UFO programs are paying Adnan Khashoggi to run guns around the world. Kind of fucking weird, right? So one, Epstein is at BCCI Bear Stearns. And BCCI Bear Stearns, like I told you, they created the Safari Club in Africa, right? Where's my tab at? Where's my... Was it already? Oh, this is right here. Okay, so...
Are you sharing your screen with us?
Here it is. The Safari Club in 1976 was a creation in Africa by all the intel agencies from France, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Morocco, and Iran. Okay. They did this because, like I said in the beginning, the United States Congress had limited the power of the CIA after years of abuse that was found out. So remember, Kamal Adham, right? Kamal Adham from Saudi Arabia. Kamal Adham and Khashoggi, they were Adnan Khashoggi was the manager of the Safari Club. You get that? So let's think of Saudi Arabia in our mind. When they created the Safari Club, the leader of the Saudi Arabian intel agency, he helped them create Safari Club. And then he chose Adnan Khashoggi, his right-hand man, to manage the Safari Club. Okay, so Adnan Khashoggi is already at the Safari Club with Jeffrey Epstein. And this is in the 1970s, 76. Now let's forward a little bit to Reagan. So after Jimmy Carter, Reagan gets elected in 1980 to 82, Reagan-era covert operation. This is when they get caught for the Iran-Contra. Do you know what Iran-Contra is? I'm sure the chat does. So this is the biggest story in the 1980s. If you ask your parents, ask your grandparents, they know. This is like a, oh my, like a gotcha moment. And I think it was one of the reasons why Reagan got like taken away. He didn't get another term. So the Iran-Contra affair, also called Iran Gate, is a covert U.S. operation in the mid-1980s that linked arms sales to Iran with illegal funding of the Contra rebels in Nicaragua. We were double dipping. We were overselling guns in Iran, which was illegal, and then using those profits to fund terrorist groups in South America, which was illegal. Okay. So if you remember a little bit ago, Jeffrey Epstein got hired in 1976 by BCCI Bear Stearns created the Safari Club with Iran in 76. That's because they had a CIA president in Iran. In 79, there was Iranian Revolution where they kicked out the CIA president. Okay, so now there is a communist president in there in 79. I know this is hard to follow, guys, but so Iran is still part of the Safari Club, but now they're going back to the Safari Club like, hey guys, our guy got kicked out. We just had a revolution in our country. What do we do? Because of that revolution and the communists are in charge, guess what our Congress does? We make it illegal to sell guns to Iran. Does that make sense? Now, because Iran's in charge of a communist leader, it's illegal to sell guns to Iran. And because Nicaragua has a communist leader, it's illegal to sell guns to Nicaragua. So there's two laws saying we're not allowed to sell guns to Iran and Nicaragua. And what did the CIA do? Fucking says, hold my beer. Check this out. The core problem with the CIA and the White House faced is the Nicaraguas. That's the Contras. So in Nicaragua, there's a communist government, but there's the Contras, a separate organization that we funded to overthrow their government. Contra means opposition in Spanish, the Contras. Tú estás contra mí, you're against me, you oppose me. So we're funding the opposition, the Contras. The Reagan administration wanted to overthrow the left-wing Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Okay, so we wanted to overthrow the government in Nicaragua, but Congress passed the Boland Amendments, which explicitly banned the U.S. for funding or support, directly or indirectly, for the Contras, so we could not trade with them. On top of this is the Iran arms embargo. Iran was under U.S. arms embargo due to the 1979 Islamic Revolution, like I just said. Selling weapons in Iran was illegal under U.S. law. Hell yeah, dude. Good shit for pulling pictures while we talk about this. Okay. Those are the Sandinistas. Yeah, well, I know what's funny is my dad went down there and overthrew that government with them.
Really?
And he couldn't talk about it. Yeah, he was not allowed to talk. He still signed, you're not allowed to talk about it. We had to look it up and figure out the dates and the operations. And we were like, holy shit. So you overthrew the Nicaraguan government. You did tell me that was the first time you killed a man. Okay, so
that's crazy.
So yeah, so we weren't 79 Islamic Revolution, and they took our U.S. embassy hostage. That's a U.S. embassy hostage crisis, if you remember that. It's a big deal. And we were like, all right, fuck Iran. We can't trade with them. So the administration needed money for the Contras in Nicaragua, a way around congressional law, and plausible deniability. So if they get caught, they can be like, we didn't do it. The basic scheme in terms, I'll show it for the people too. This is just ChatGPT, but the basic scheme in plain terms: sell weapons to Iran secretly, skim the profits, and send the money to South America. So we're funding two private wars at once. This was done outside normal CIA budget channels using intermediaries, offshore bank accounts, and foreign intelligence services. What was Jeffrey Epstein's specialty? Money laundering and offshore bank accounts, right? How the weapon sales were structured: we sold them to third-party arms transferred. So we got Jeffrey Epstein to buy weapons for us, for the CIA. He sold it to Israel. Israel then sold it to Iran. Does that make any sense? The Jews and the Muslims making deals and the secret back door? Like, nobody would have thought that this would happen. It's funny how on the front of the geopolitical stage, you think Muslims and Jews hate each other, but in the back rooms, they're making deals to sell each other weapons and money. So we use Jeffrey Epstein to buy guns, sell it to Israel, then Israel would sell it to Iran, and then we'd replenish Israel's stock. Okay. Israel shipped U.S.-made weapons to Iran, primarily anti-tank weapons and anti-aircraft missiles. Then the U.S. restocked Israel weapons afterwards. See? Yep. And then it allows us to say we did not directly sell to Iran. We overpriced the weapons. We sold it to them for far more than what they're worth. The markup created surplus cash. Iran believed the money went to U.S. government channels, but in reality, it went to the Contras in Nicaragua. Profits were routed through Swiss bank accounts, shell companies, and cutouts to intelligent operatives. And then we just funded the South America. So it just shows you how BCCI used Ehud Barak, used Jeffrey Epstein. CIA used Jeffrey Epstein as a private financier who talked with Ehud Barak, his best buddy, who was the leader of the Israeli Mossad and Amman, the Israeli CIA. So we're using Jeffrey Epstein, a private U.S. citizen, to talk to the leader of the Israeli CIA, to sell guns through the Israeli CIA to Iran through Adnan Khashoggi, skim the profits, and then sell them to Iran-Contra in South America to overthrow a communist government. And Jeffrey Epstein was the center of all of this. Without him, we wouldn't be able to do any of this. He was in charge of the BCCI bank account to move all this money. And not only was he in charge of the bank account, he was literally the point of contact for all of the governments and all the intel agencies for moving guns, money, and we don't have enough time for it, but drugs as well.
Yeah, that was
he represented the Sinaloa cartel.
That was a brilliant execution that they managed to pull all that off. And although it is beyond the scope of this episode, Contra is, and this Iran-Contra scandal is deeply related to the modern day Venezuelan current events that are taking place.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Chavismo is a left-wing populist political ideology based off the ideas of Hugo Chavez. And the modern-day Venezuelan opposition is trying to dismantle it and bring about a regular democracy. So it's all related.
Okay. So I got some hotness for y'all. So I said earlier that it's long been speculated that Epstein was working with or a part of intelligence agencies. Not necessarily like he started in the CIA, but like he was working with them in a capacity or intelligence agencies. So here's one of the primary sources that this comes from.
Yeah, he was a layer above the CIA, yeah.
Yeah. So what I have here, and actually give me 1 second, I'm gonna share this get this in a window for the people here so that they can see, because again, all these documents, people are like getting this treasure trove and they're making them searchable, indexable to really kind of unravel like what's been happening, because I guess this case has been going on for so long. You're just hearing about it because they're releasing like 1 million some documents that were not previously public. And so what we have here is in the Epstein doc sources. If you're here on, it's literally justice.gov/Epstein. They have a whole, portal to search for these documents. You can search for, actually here to find this, what I searched for was this. Belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services, because there's articles out talking about this claim that during one of these court cases that was happening in Epstein's series of legal troubles once he was kind of discovered, there was this report that during a report from what is that called? A witness who's not on the record. Like, we don't know the witness name, but the FBI put a report together, and during this conversation, they were told that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services. So here you can reference this FBI document through the portal by searching for that. And that's what this document is. It's an account of somebody who gave information to the FBI saying that he belonged to both U.S. and allied forces. So here's kind of the report.
It's above my pay grade.
Right. So here up at the top, captioned confidential human source, CHS. So that's what they're using the term CHS.
Yep.
That's the confidential source, was asked by the handling agent about info, that he or she may have related to improper domestic or foreign influence over the electoral process in the U.S. This source, the confidential source, already provided some information, but expanded on several matters as described below. So this part's redacted. I wonder if it's actually redacted or if I can get underneath it. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, it says something before that, but so this confidential source learned that this person influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner, Jared Kushner were both his students. I don't know who those people are. Those actors, Kushner.
No, those are like super deep state people.
Oh, okay. So Dershowitz told the CHS if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent.
Wow.
CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. CHS still continues to communicate occasionally for Dershowitz. Right, so now we get to the Epstein factor. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. CHS remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and Allied intelligence services. This source, the confidential source, shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein during which he or she took notes. Oh, so this source was in the room during these conversations, it sounds like, and they had taken notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Barak believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and United Arab Emirates are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of the confidential human sources, blank, who presumably worked blank, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. See previous reporting. So I guess there's more docs to this, but that's the source between one of the major claims of that link with intelligence. Now, here's another thing to kind of back that up. Tons of Jeffrey Epstein's Gmail messages, which apparently this was before people didn't trust Gmail, and the date that they didn't realize that Gmail was like, they they give you a free Google account, but they own all the emails. It's not private by any means. Anyway, so there's a great internet project called jmail.world. And what they've done here is they've scanned all these PDFs, and because there's the DOJ files have like 1 million some PDFs in all these collections, and a bunch of them are emails from Jeffrey's Gmail, his Gmail, which is like gvacation@gmail.com, right? Where they're taking the vacation to Epstein Island. Anyway, so what this source is all these emails that were scanned in, and somebody recreated it in a Gmail interface so that you can browse, kind of like you're right there, instead of having to shift through all these PDFs. When you open these emails, you can also open the link to the DOJ file so that it's backed, and you can check the scan yourself just to make sure like the AI or the way that it was scanned in, doesn't misrepresent it. So this is like what everyone's talking about, because notice the people in the contacts list: Elon Musk, Ehud Barak, Ghislaine Maxwell, Peter Thiel.
Yes,
well,
exactly.
you all know Elon. Peter's in the tech lord space as well. Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Noam Chomsky, I think, who wrote like a book about Kimball Musk, Deepak Chopra. I recognize some of these names, and so it's like
it's a lot of big names.
And this is because
Peter Attia.
Epstein was he was in the circles, in the socialite elite. Like these are the people he wanted to influence. And now we get this weird, crazy view where you can literally go through the emails of what is going on? What are they saying? So the internet is currently diving deep into these emails, and of course somebody hit the nail on the head and made the perfect interface to browse these. So we're talking about this whole intelligence connection, right? So I noticed, I was in that document, I was like, oh, they said Ehud Barak was the former prime minister of Israel.
Not only the prime minister, he was the head of their CIA before that.
Oh, damn. There you go. And
he was the guy when Robert Maxwell, remember we did the episode, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's dad, he died. They buried him on the Mount of Olives, where Jesus was, the most holy place in Israel. And Ehud Barak came forward and said that Robert Maxwell did more for the state of Israel than any other operative in the state in Israeli history.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was Ehud Barak who said that about Ghislaine's dad.
So that sounds like Ghislaine and Jeffrey's relationship. I don't know if she was the intro to him for that intelligence
That's
connection.
what everybody's thinking.
That's what everybody's thinking. Nonetheless, what we have here is all these emails with Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein. So I don't have a specific one in here to kind of display, but y'all can check these yourself. This one might be interesting. Jay, Ehud Barak's phone and computer
Jeffrey
hacked by
Epstein?
Iranian intelligence, the Jerusalem Post.
Oh, shit. Okay, I think I've heard about that one.
That's like a link.
Yeah, it's like a main headline. One of the main things they said that about the Ehud Barak connection. If you read a bunch of his emails, I think I don't know how many times it's mentioned, but the word goy or goyim, you know, they talk about, like in Jewish, the word goy or goyim, it's referring to as Gentiles or non-believers.
Okay.
And like in a lot of his emails, he's like, who cares? It's just the goys. It doesn't matter. It's just the goyim. We can use them however they want. And it's Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak emailing back and forth. And I'm like, shit scared me. I'm like, oh shit. They're talking about us as if we're like non-humans, like beasts. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw.
Like,
I definitely.
if you
saw
talk
some
like
of those
that,
on the internet.
then you're probably on the Jewish side, right?
Right. It's more evidence towards exactly what we're saying. So I don't know. This it's just
this, me and you right now, but I have a super deep conspiracy theory that people are gonna hate and they'll cancel me. But we'll go.
Well, this stream is doing pretty good. I mean, we got 16 people, right now in the chat, so they might get the secret debate thought if he decides to say it out loud.
It ain't a secret. I mean, it's around there, but it's like the most taboo, controversial thing to ever talk about.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna hit it. Keep going.
So check out this jmail.world. Anyway, I don't know. This one is like it looks like Jeffrey saw this post on this website about Ehud Barak's phone getting hacked, and Ehud responds on the email. Yeah, he texted. He basically texted him about it, and Ehud's like,
so crazy. Like,
hi,
hey,
Jeff,
bro, you're in the headlines.
Yeah, hi, Jeff. Nonsense. Simple phishing, no Trojan horse. They probably, if at all, got contacts through the darknet for some mass hackers. Case closed half a year ago. So Jeffrey's probably like, Ehud, is this a problem? Like,
am I gonna get leaked?
And he's like, look, bro, they probably got your email and sold it on the dark web. That's about it. So, yeah, y'all can dive into these emails again. It's very, very intriguing. I mean, this is like, people kind of like get ensconced by the best and worst of humanity, right? They get documentaries made, like even the whole obsession of people who love like the murder mystery crime thing, like really dark stuff, and they want to hear about that. It's because humanity's so polarizing. Like, we want to know the good and the evil, and it's
multifaceted.
Yeah, and so this is like this is such a weird look into like the mind of a supervillain. Now you got his email.
Yes, exactly. So I have a question for you and the people. If we're gonna get spicy, we're gonna get spicy. Yeah, this is no time limit, Planetary HQ. And if this is gonna be up forever, then I guess everybody needs to know all the information. And remember, you're hearing this information from a Black and Mexican person, okay? Keep that in the back of your mind. Okay? You can't blame me for being racist or accuse me of being like anti-Jewish, and pro-Nazi, and no, fuck all that shit. I'm putting the facts on the table, and I'm hoping my personal image can reinforce that, so you don't think I'm some like closet weird nothing. Question to you and the people. So we're making these big connections, but clearly Epstein is leaning towards the Jewish-Israeli energy. How the fuck are we trying to say that this is a extension of the underground Nazi base? Because last time I checked, those concepts clash, right? It's taken me a long time to kind of figure it out too, and it gets fucking dark. You got any ideas?
Wait, say. So you're saying you're just propose that question again. You're like, how would if he seems to be working necessarily with like an Israeli intelligence, like that kind of
Yes.
seems like it would clash with the underground Antarctic Nazi base. So where's the
Exactly.
bridge here?
Where's the bridge here? Yeah, exactly. Like, why
Well-
would modern day Israelis be working for underground Nazis?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, on one level, I would say or speculate here that the power of the underground Nazi society puts them on the world stage in a clandestine way, but they still exert influence over different countries. And so, one, I would say you could say they're forced to interact.
Okay.
I don't know if they're, in this case, it's like, I don't know if I'm necessarily convinced that like Epstein himself knew about the secret Nazi base. I think he's smart enough to like consider it and like make the connections and potentially want to be a part of it. But I don't think he's necessarily so as much like he would work with the Israeli intelligence just like he'd work with the US intelligence, just like he'd work for the Nazi breakaway civilization intelligence. It's like whatever ends to get what he wants. Like I don't think he's necessarily a nationalist in that sense, like that he would only stick with one specific group. So that would be my first thought. He's got a lot of his own personal desires for power and influence, and maybe he's willing to walk through any door to work up to enough power to enter the secret breakaway civilization. I don't know.
Okay, that's a good point.
It sounds like you have a specific connection, or maybe that's, I'm not sure what yet is inflammatory. I don't think you've said it yet.
Oh yeah, I got some shit for sure. I'm just trying to. There it is. I think I found it. Just copying link. Yeah, there is an interesting connection here, and it took me a long time to figure this out. I say figure it out like, oh, this is the truth, but let's just say like it took me a long time because like I'm like, how do I reconcile these two ideas? The Jews and the Nazis working together? It makes no fucking sense at all. And I know this is very controversial, but I mean, we got to figure it out. And there are truths here. So, why? There's no fucking way Jews and Nazis would be working together, right? This makes zero sense. Zero sense. Let me share my screen right here. Again, from the same YouTube channel, but
You're probably wondering why there are several swastika flags hanging from a building in Jerusalem in 1933. This hotel served as the consulate for Nazi Germany in the 30s in Jerusalem. Established in 1891, the Hotel Fast, as it was called after 1907, was named after Abraham Fast, a leader of the German Templar Society who became its owner. The German Templars were a Christian religious movement whose essence was to prepare the ground for the second coming of Jesus Christ, and according to their belief, this would only happen by living in the Holy Land. Decades before Theodor Herzl, the father of Jewish Zionism, was born, the Christian Templar Society started plans in 1840 and then left Germany and arrived in the Levant, establishing 7 settlements across Palestine. Led by Christoph Hoffmann, a Protestant theologian from Ludwigsburg, the Templars believed the second coming of Christ could be hastened by building a spiritual kingdom of God in the Holy Land, relocating from Germany to Haifa in 1869, where a German colony can be seen on this map of Haifa. Hoffman had split from the Lutheran Evangelical Church in 1861, taking his cue from the New Testament concepts of Christians as temples, embodying God's Spirit, and as a community acting together to build God's temple among mankind. There are different interpretations of what a temple means, and historically speaking, it refers to a kingdom, not...
Okay, do you get that? The viewers out there who are really deep in the game, I'm sure a lot of red flags are going up, and it should, as it should. But does anything happen to you, Tachula?
I'm not sure if I fully understood. There's some of the Christian temple of the.
Okay, so there's a Nazi embassy in Israel.
Right.
In Jewish-controlled Palestine.
In 1933, which is
before World War
II, right?
Okay. So this is like right in Jerusalem.
Yep.
There's a Nazi embassy. And he's saying the guy who created this Nazi embassy is a Christian Zionist. He believed that they can make Jesus come back quicker if they live directly in the Holy Land. And he was a Nazi. You get that?
Okay.
So already red flags are, wait a second, I thought Nazis were against Jews. This is weird. This is not making any sense. So it's showing you that the Nazis are already in Jerusalem in the Holy Land because they want to get the second coming of the Messiah coming, right? Now, you know the two different types of Zionism, right? Christian Zionism and Jewish Zionism.
I do. I know that like there's Jews, that don't see Jesus as more than like just like a prophet or a teacher, and then there's the ones that do. So that's part of those two camps.
Yep, exactly. So the Jewish Zionism says that if we rebuild Solomon's temple, the temple in Jerusalem, the Jewish people will become the leaders of all humans on earth, and the Goyim will be subservient to the Israeli government. So they, in a sense, become the leaders of planet Earth, and all other races have to answer to them. That's Jewish Zionism. And there's Christian Zionism that says if the temple, Solomon's temple, gets created, Jesus will come back. So there's two different types. But that sets up a weird dichotomy if you can understand that. So Jews just want the temple to be recreated so that they can control the planet Earth, but Christians want the temple to be created so that Jesus comes back. If Jews know this, what will they do? They just want the temple to get created. So they'll look at the Christians and be like, oh, you want the temple to get created too? But you think Jesus is coming back? Well, that's bullshit. In order to fulfill our prophecy, we'll use you. Oh, you want the temple to be created too? Perfect. Yeah, let's get the temple created. They think it's for Jesus coming back, but as a Jew, you're like, that's bullshit. It's really to get us in control of the planet Earth. Because in your prophecy, it's if we rebuild the temple, the Israeli people will become the leaders of Earth. So you're willing to co-opt Christian Zionists to get your goals achieved. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And you're saying then that some of the Nazi breakaway civilization are Christians because Christianity still had a role even in Germany at the time.
Yeah. Let's check this out at the end of last year.
Well, in other news, we'll go to Israel. This week, more than 1,000 pastors and Christian influencers are in the Holy Land to show their support for Israel. Chris Mitchell reports from Jerusalem.
And Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
A partnership between Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Friends of Zion Museum led to the unprecedented.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the American Industry for Zion Museum, they pay for 1,000 pastors and Christian influencers to come to the Holy Land to pump them up. PSYOP. Because if we can get all the Americans pumped up to rebuild the temple, then our prophecy comes quicker.
Visit.
It's the first time in history the state of Israel.
These people have no clue about this they just think they're following the Bible and yeah, we're going back and we're gonna get Jesus to come back. They have no clue about this agenda we're talking about. They're just getting played.
Has officially partnered with 1,000 strategic pastors.
1,000 strategic pastors and influencers.
Strategically partnered.
To commission them as ambassadors to combat anti-Semitism and reach the youth.
To combat anti-Semitism and reach the new youth
Of their generation.
Dr. Mike Evans says Israel's fight is.
And then you cut to Israel fighting. Yeah, see, these Israel Zionists don't give a fuck about the Christian pastors, but they're literally funding them to come to the Holy Land. This is only a couple months ago. Pumping up their heads and then sending them back to the U.S. because the Israeli CIA is like, yeah, we can sign up the U.S. They can fight our war for us. They'll build the temple for us. They'll kill Muslims for us. Why do you think we were in the Middle East for the past 20 years? Who wants Muslims dead? The Israelis, you know?
So when they're talking about building the temple, are they talking like a literal temple, or is it just about owning the Holy Land? But they need to
literally the Solomon's Temple.
There's always been the fight, the fight
over Temple Mount.
Yeah, over Temple Mount, even between Islamic and Judaism, is still part of that.
Because that's where Muhammad ascended. No, that's where Jesus. That's where Muhammad ascended. That's where Solomon's Temple was, and that's where supposedly the whole Jesus event went down to. So it's like the most religious spot for 3 different religions. So, okay, where's the end of that video that I just played?
So is this, I mean, yeah, if these really are like the I mean, I guess it's true that religious motivations are like a deep core of every nation, and it just makes like, I don't know, I just had a weird like realization that like just wondering like how much is that religious idea really influencing, like, or are these intelligence agencies and stuff, are they kind of abstracted and they don't really believe it? But then I'm like, no, I guess, you know, every agencies has
Israeli
people who
intel.
fundamentally believe in the religious ideas, and so that does influence their decisions. It just seems strange to be like, you know, they're really trying to like you know, build a temple, but I guess, I don't know.
So that's called Zionism. You know what Zionism is? Like, literally, that's Zionism.
Yeah.
Like, let's Google Zionism. Zionism is a political and nationalist movement that emerges as the 19th century Europe, advocating for the self-determination of the Jewish people and the establishment and later support of the Jewish national homeland in Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally, it's the right of the Jewish people to have a sovereign state on their ancestral land. Okay?
Right. The temple, I guess, is only one part of that, even though it is key.
Yeah, if you look up the actual paragraph in the Talmud, it's referencing the temple. But people say a temple isn't just a temple. Back in the ancient times, when you built a temple, that was a marker for the land, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if you had a temple in an area, it's where all the people in the land went to. So by creating a temple, you're really marking.
And when
that
they war,
area
they would
of
come
land.
in and like destroy the other person's temples.
Establish their
statues.
temple.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So we saw that this. So now we know that there's Christian Zionism and Jewish Zionism, and the Jewish Zionism is willing to co-opt the Christian Zionism in order to use the Western military to destroy the Palestine, you know, to get all that shit popping. I know I'm going to go deep here now. So, see if I can find it right here. Did I put it in the chat? I did put it in the chat. Okay, so now that we understand that, you know there's different types of Judaism, right? That Zionism is looked down upon most of the Orthodox Jews. Do you know what Orthodox Jews are? Like the real Jews, the curls going down their side of their head, and they have the black hat. Those are considered like the real Jews. Those Orthodox Jews, they hate Zionists. They actually have marches every fucking day on Jerusalem, and they're so advocate, and they even consider Bibi Netanyahu. Right now, Jerusalem is like 50-50. There's huge riots going on because most of the Jews say that in the Talmud it says you cannot take the Holy Land back by force. Period. It says it directly. So all these Jews are saying that Zionists are not real Jews because they're taking the Holy Land back by force. And they're totally protesting the Palestine and everything like that. There's a lot of videos of Jews in Jerusalem protesting the Palestine.
Yeah, turn it down. I don't know if you can turn it down. It's super loud.
Sorry, it's a little loud. That's just one video. I was trying to find a better video on it. There is anti-Zionist protests. There's a lot of video. I thought that was the video I had, dude. Fuck. Oh, here it is. Found it. You tuned in right now?
Yeah.
Get it from the actual YouTube. Anti-Zionist Jews. Oh, fuck. Anti-Zionist Jews protest against Israel on Independence Day.
The protest is about the Zionist state and the Zionist ideology in general. They want to declare that the Jewish nation has nothing to do with the Torah anymore, with the Holy Torah, with the Holy Scripts, with the Holy Bible.
See, he's saying that they're ignoring the line that says you can't take the Holy Land by force. So I would say the majority of Jews in Jerusalem are anti-Zionist.
With the holy books, with the holy tradition, and they want to switch it for a nation that they have created. They want to transform the nation of the Jews to create a nation with a new ideology of...
I gotta pee real quick.
Oh, he threw it off to me. Uh-oh. I don't know how to pick up on this. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have any questions in the chat? Thanks for coming in here. Anan Hotep, what's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's definitely a lot to cover here in this debacle. But yeah, if you're kind of joining the stream late, something that we opened up the stream with to kind of set the tone is like, how exactly, what are we supposed to take from looking at the darkest kind of part of humanity? You know, in this case, it's like a supervillain story, Jeffrey Epstein. If you watch the intro, it's like it's this video that somebody created of Jeffrey going around with the cell phone, like taking pictures with all these famous people, and it literally encapsulates the whole conspiracy in like this little bit. And
it's so deep and complex.
Yeah, like what we're trying to highlight is basically like, in order to take back our planet for the forces of light and create a progressive, beautiful society that can actually incorporate cosmic spirituality and become a part of the Galactic Federation, we need to get our shit together down here, and that's our responsibility. That's not for the aliens to do for us. So
we got to figure out the human shit on our own.
We need to map this out and figure out what exactly is the power matrix that we live in, and how do we understand the motivations of different groups and individuals, and bring knowledge into our own life to create, I guess, the understanding and ability to interface with so many different factions, because we can do it. It's the only way it's going to happen. Like, we have to be able to create a sense of teamwork and universal family, but it's hard to do that when everyone's ensconced in their own little system, in their own little set of ideologies. Mm-hmm. And it's even worse when the powers, the elite, those who amass the most wealth, run conspiracies that are straight out of the movies, right? That's what their life is actually look like. So that's kind of like what we're studying. That's what we're studying here is like,
yes,
how do we pull something from this to inspire our own sense of responsibility to take back the planet? Because if you don't think the planet is this bad, you might just like let someone else do it. But like then you realize that Epstein, this conspiracy of like literally like sex cults on a grand national scale, influencing and blackmailing politicians and creating like an influence campaign, and it's like you realize that that's real and you're like, oh, okay, maybe I can't like that, and that should inspire you to like do something different to contribute to this evolutionary program in a way, because there's like this average, right? The average of human consciousness will pull the minorities and all the different groups in a certain direction. So we need to get to that, 50%, 51%. We need to cross a threshold in individuals who want a universal spiritual culture that can actually come past the war motivations and just the pure monetary gains and materialism.
The triggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful way to put it. Hell yeah, dude. And I got a perfect screenshot on it right there. I paused the video at the perfect spot. This guy, that's my boy right there, dude. I feel for that guy. This Jewish guy staring at the camera with his curls and his hat. Got the sign saying Zionism, the main cause of anti-Semitism throughout the world. So when we're making these videos, we're not anti-Jew, we're not anti-Semites. We're standing for the real ones. We're standing for that motherfucker right there who's holding that sign. So now that we understand that Zionism is different from actual Judaism, and that a lot of Jews in Jerusalem, it's funny, is these videos don't go on any of the news stations. You have to find them on social media. A bunch of Jews are saying that what the Israeli government is doing is wrong, and that they're charging the Israeli government with not being real Jews. They are Zionists. They don't follow the Torah. They don't follow the teachings. They only want to create the temple through force in order to gain control of the entire world. Okay, so now that we have that established, going back to that video we just watched, 1933, Christian Zionist Nazis that went to Israel to set up a Nazi base, right? And this is in 33. And what was his ideology? His ideology was, if we can get a bunch of people into the Holy Land, Nazis in the Holy Land, we can initiate the second coming of Christ, right? In Adolf Hitler's journals, he called himself a crusader for Christ because he was killing the Jews who killed Jesus. He says he's getting back at the Jews for killing Jesus. That was one of his main points. I know this sounds nuts, and I'm just throwing it out there, but it might help us understand it, guys. And again, I'm not racist. I don't give a fuck what color you are, dude. You're smart and you're hot, I fuck with you. I'm just playing. Sounds crazy, people. This sounds crazy. I know it. I'm not pushing anything, but I'm just saying that. Could it be possible that there is an elite state of people who are above all government and are willing to adopt any religion or culture in order to get their point across, right? Let's just put that out there. Let's say the Zionists traditionally have the most power throughout the world because they're trying to... The Jews have a lot of power, okay? My question to you, Taylor, and the people out there is, you see the big schism in Zionism versus Judaism. The conspiracy theory is this, that Hitler was actually placed by the cabal that runs the world. And he was placed there by Zionists. I know this is 5D chess right here, but they're saying, we know the Zionists and the Jews don't get along. The Zionists consider the Jews kind of sub-Jew. They're like, they're not real Jews. We're over here trying to actually make this shit happen and control the world. I know it sounds crazy. I keep stalling. The theory is that Hitler was placed by the Zionists in order to get their own country for the Jews. and that the Zionists were willing to sacrifice non-Zionists. Does that make sense?
Right.
So Zionists put Hitler in charge to massacre Jews, and then they used that as a pretense that we need our own country. And what happened after World War II? From the massacre directly, we created the country of Israel under the pretense that the Jews were getting massacred in Nazi Germany. Therefore, the Zionists used their retarded cousins who didn't really understand as cannon fodder, killed them all through Hitler, who was appointed by a Zionist, got their country, and now they're doing their Zionist games. I know it sounds crazy, but that was the play.
Yeah.
Well,
I do think it.
Yeah.
I do think it makes sense that you could say in the early rise of Hitler, he may have had, you know, the key Zionist supporters who saw and wanted to influence and use or be a part of Hitler's rise and political capital in order to achieve their own ends of getting their own state,
their own sovereign nation.
But I don't know if they were suspecting the large amount of deaths of Jews later down the line once he did achieve that power.
I don't think so either. So part of the narrative was, I know I'm not defending anything, but if you go into the deep corners of the internet, it says that according to military tactics, they put the Jews in like a prison just to work, and I don't think they had according to this testimony. I'm not saying, when I say I think, I'm speaking from this testimony's point of view. He said that the military official said that he doesn't think the Jews were actually enslaved to die. It was just like I sound terrible now. I'm not advocating for what the Nazis did, but benefit of a doubt, he's saying that it's just like a normal prison population, and you're putting them to work for X amount of time, then you'll release them. That was the initial plan. Then they went to war, and remember, the Jews were creating all of the military weapons, material, resources for the war effort. When Nazi Germany got caught kind of going to war, the first thing that was done was trade embargoes on food from the rest of the world. So all of a sudden they couldn't get food, and they're like, oh, fuck. And if you have a nation who has a working class, a secondary working class, and an elite class who's running the nation, and they have food embargoes put on them from every nation around the world, guess who they're going to start directing their food supplies towards? Not the working class,
right,
towards the elite. And then the working class slowly degenerates, and they literally didn't have enough food to even feed the working class. And then we ran up in the middle of that, and that's why they look all starved out and concentrationed out, because they literally couldn't afford to give the food to the working class. I'm not saying that's a justification. I'm just trying to look at it through military
could have contributed,
tactics.
I guess, to Hitler's decision to turn it into a massacre.
And no, we're not Holocaust deniers, and no, we're not anti-Jews. We do recognize the difference between Zionists and Jews. And like I said, I'm staring at this guy still on my screen right now who has a sign saying Zionism is the main cause of anti-Semitism. So I feel like I'm fighting for my Jewish brothers right here, because I'm sure they're screaming at the top of their lungs like, these aren't us. These people who are in charge aren't us. These people who are killing Palestinians aren't us. So like, fuck no, I don't want to hear that anti-Jewish shit.
That's even the same here in the U.S. and in the sense that people say that there's a deep state, there's an elite, there's a group that's almost breakaway civilization level who has access to advanced technology that they've kept hidden from Congress, and that it's not you can't really say it's the government at this point. But it is that the elite 1% of power
1%,
are a variety of individuals that sort of hold and gain influence to serve themselves and work. They sort of become the cabal, and there are multiple groups like this, all vying for their own thing. And I'm in every nation, no matter what religion they have, I'm sure they have their own sector of cabal who are just there for power instead of actually completing a religious, ideal. And so yeah, this template is like all over the world. It's a part of this, and yeah, I don't know if there's any more other ways to kind of link this in with the Epstein conversation, but I think that it does paint a picture of like where Epstein stood in the geopolitical game. And then you go like, well, what is all the weird stuff that he got, what's all the weird trafficking stuff that he got involved with? I think that was primarily his own predilection, but it also included a great way to influence politician and political power. And, that whole, sex honeypot thing, I mean, has always been such a large influence in like spy games. I mean, you see it's kind of everywhere. And so he like took it to like such a next level, and was working that geopolitical game.
So I'm thinking like if that hypothesis, what I just floated out there, would be somewhat correct, and there's like a Zionist cabal behind everything, then that kind of explains how the Antarctic Nazis and the Jeffrey Epstein modern Israel are hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
One other thing I want to pull up, if you want to pull up for the people, I put it in the chat, not my last link, but the second to last link. This is fucking hilarious. Okay, so this is Otto Skorzeny, high-ranking Nazi, ended up working for Israelis Mossad. His Wikipedia is hilarious. It looks branch. It goes SS Schutzstaffel, then the next one underneath it is Mossad. He worked for Germany and Israel. So this is just like it shows you that, I don't know, there's some interesting connections. Why the fuck is a Nazi SS officer hitman working for Israel's Mossad? And he got like literally inducted from the SS to the Mossad. I'm just saying that maybe all the stories we were just talking about the past 10, 15 minutes shed some light onto this story, Like,
yeah,
kind of fucking weird. Kind of weird. And then you get the swastika mixed with the Star of David and the Raelians, like what the fuck is going on, dog? Why does this shit keep popping up? Like if it was once, you could write it off. But if it's twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 ancient times, it's engraved in a stone from 400,000 years ago. I'm not like, you're like, wait a second, some shit's popping off here. So just trying to get the people woke, just trying to get the people understanding.
Man, yeah, this is a deep dive, a true large reveal. So we've been going. We're about like three. I think we're like 3.5 hours in.
Oh, geez, let's wrap it up in the next 20.
Yeah.
Last final thoughts. What you got with the connection with Island Boys? What you got?
Oh damn! Should we get into that just for fun?
I don't know. I mean, we hit the underground Nazis. We hit they're in contact with rebel UFO people possibly, and non-human intelligence. That's the control system. But like, I think people kind of want to know about how they're influencing modern popular culture besides Project Mockingbird and the cloning shit. Right. Okay. So back to what we said in the beginning, we do this at every conference. If you're going to come see us at our conference tour this year, you're going to hear this. I said in the beginning, 500,000, 250,000, 37,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago, the Anunnaki landed. 250,000 years ago, they rebelled. So they were good for 250,000 years. 37,000 years ago, Adam and Eve landed. The Anunnaki weren't supposed to mate directly with us, but they did because they rebelled. They didn't give a fuck. 250,000 years ago, they were like, fuck the rules, we're going to fuck them. They're hot, I want to fuck them. So they did. That created the first Nephilim, the hybrids, the human-alien hybrids. Adam and Eve landed to try to repair this degeneration. Unfortunately, Eve gave in. She saw some hot black dude and was like, I need to fucking get some of that. And they ended up having sex too. So there are beings. We're all descendants of a hybridization program. Celestials had sex with humans and offspring came out. I'm coming out with an episode in the next couple weeks. John Ramirez of the CIA says there's the highest classification in the CIA. It's higher than alien recovery ships. It's the fact that the CIA knows we're all hybrids and they're tracking people who have the most hybrid DNA in them. Think like ancient bloodlines, like the elite bloodlines, the monarch bloodlines. Some people like to call it the reptilian bloodlines, but I don't like to call it that. Just the bloodlines of people who have the most celestial DNA. The CIA, this is the most classified program from a 25-year CIA operative, literally the highest rank you can get in the CIA, doing all the podcast rounds on fucking Ramsey Area 52. He's saying that. And we know, Taycello, from this podcast, that the Anunnaki and Adam and Eve mated with us. So now we know that CIA is tracking this because they definitely know what we know. On top of that, you tie that in with the Nazis and the genetics program they were doing. They were trying to, they thought it was blue eyes, blonde hair. We're not going to go into it, but that's what they took away from the Celestials looking like. So they were trying to recompile the Celestials via selective breeding of blonde hair, blue eyes people because they thought they had the most celestial blood. Unfortunately, they were wrong, but whatever. Cue to fast forward to nowadays, and John Ramirez is saying this is still happening. We're still trying to figure out who has the most celestial genetic DNA in their human genome. And we're linking this to the entire Antarctic underground breakaway civilization that is interfacing with Earth via intel agencies and private industries such as Jeffrey Epstein. And if we're putting all these data points, it would be weird to look at Jeffrey Epstein and be like, oh, it's kind of interesting that one of his main favorite subject is eugenics, and he had Zorro Ranch, and that he was trying to leave as much of his genetic material on planet Earth as he could before he died. I mean, I'm not advocating for him, but, from that video we just saw of him talking, he's very intelligent. I feel like he could have a conversation with us right now, like very deep, and he'd be like, okay, like it's kind of scary that we could have this conversation with him right now. About mind, body, spirit, and genetics and breeding programs. He'd be right there. He'd be excited. He'd be like, yes, yes, yes. Actually, let me introduce you to this program I got. You want to meet on my island in a couple of weeks? You'd be like, oh, shit. Should we go? I guess we're going to go. And this is before the Jeffrey Epstein files,
Right.
So he's doing this shit. He has Zorro Ranch. And then all of a sudden, this conspiracy theory about the Island Boys come out. And you're like, holy fuck. Like, dude, how many coincidences can you get before you start to realize, this might be some shit? This might be some shit,
Yeah. All right, I'll pull up these links here, and we'll go over the Island Boys conspiracy, because it was in the it was in the video that we showed at the beginning of this episode.
The beginning, yes.
There was this clip of and maybe I can kind of pull up. There's this clip of these two kids in a Bacta tank, and like other ideas that this gets into is. There is like things in these files, quotes from Epstein that have him talking about like his genetics and all and that kind of stuff. Actually, let me share my screen so you see. There's a very eyes wide shut kind of document in this thing, and
yeah,
I don't
let's do that. Let's do that first.
We can kind of look at this because, again, like one of the things we're premising here is that we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. I mean, it took them this long to release all these documents, and still we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. You wonder like how much evidence they found for, something really crazy. The top level conspiracy. At that point, that's when people talk about like child sacrifice and some really dark versions. I mean, it's already really dark, but you know, the main storyline is not necessarily that like that human beings are being like killed in this program. It's mostly the trafficking narrative. But there's, I don't know. So this is a document from the archive, officially from the justice.gov. It's there. You can search this code, and what it looks like is a mix of this typed account and like a written journal, and it looks like something like straight out of a movie. It looks like something related to the victim, either written by the victim or written by a victim, maybe on the island. Or we were even wondering, like, is this a sick sort of art project from, you know, the abusers themselves? And so there's some very crazy things in here, and this is, I don't know, this is weird as well. So I mean, I'll read some of this. Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. Don't speak, she doesn't talk. I can't stop shaking, it's been a week. A decision was made, but I can't tell Jeffrey. These things happen. Why didn't I close my eyes fast enough? The doctor was different again. I think from Israel. He had kind eyes but didn't speak to me. This was different.
I didn't even notice that from Israel.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's weird. It's kind of weird that we just talked about this whole thing, and now in this document.
Bro? Oh my God.
But again, we've already premised the connection between Jeffrey and
it's all different now that we
intelligence
premised it all.
agencies.
It's hitting harder. That's why you listen to Planetary HQ, to get that context before. Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
No. God damn it, dude. It's all lining up too much. Fuck. Keep going. Sorry, I cut you off.
So, honestly, I'm like trying to figure out how much of this to read, but essentially the rest of this portion is talking about an abortion that
Scroll
happening.
down two more. Scroll down like two more different ones. Yeah. Not that one. Not that one. Next one. Not that one.
And then the person is mentioning Ghislaine here, and then there's these weird like collages.
It's on screen right now if you're listening. It's fucking weird, dude.
She was born, because later in here it talks about a child that was born.
I think it might be this one coming up.
There's also like, I don't know, these statements they're just so like chilling, like this. No, like these, I don't know, this text, a promise one day you'll meet another man this trusting, and then it's like crossed out, awful. Trusting is crossed out. And
I
it's
guarantee you these
awful.
are documents they give to their child sex people growing up in their like school programs underneath bases.
Oh, you think it's meant to
Look,
like
these are leading questions.
Right.
Promise one day you'll meet another man this trusting. So they're saying like, yeah, but you need to go out and meet another guy. And when you do, like, you know, think of us and we'll still promise to provide for you no matter what. I promise to respect your sense of style most of the time. Yeah, oh my God, they're just straight up priming them for fucking...
This is a programming
This is
document,
a program,
not
yeah.
necessarily... I mean, there might be some text from the victims, but this whole type thing mixed with these notebook things, yeah, this programming...
That's what happens when you give this to a little kid. Remember, the next time they go through a traumatic situation, they revert to the last time they were in a traumatic situation. And if they revert back to this information, they'll be like, okay, it's okay. Like, so they're programming you, yeah,
it's like a
to
baseline.
forever.
Yeah.
A baseline. That's
honestly,
disgusting,
like, I don't,
bro.
there's, I don't even want to read all these quotes, but we're trying to, I guess, show that this is so much deeper than just a simple like trafficking network and geopolitical
Child
influence.
prostitutes. I was born a slave. Unlike drugs, women's bodies can be sold over and over and over again, dude. What the fuck? I think this next story is the one that I read.
Yeah, that talks about this controlled all by Jeffrey all the time, get away from it all, and go to New Mexico. What in the hell? This makes no sense. What about school? Behind the scenes, he is now controlling everything. It used to be Ghislaine, who some days acts like she hates me. Secrets, all of them.
Interesting. So Ghislaine was the girl to get him in, make him feel nice. Then after X amount of time, they'd introduce Jeffrey.
Broken promises. And these are in the victim accounts. I just watched a video where, it explained how they would sort of entice these people in with offers. This. Okay. Broken promises. I don't understand why she is treating me on some days like I'm the enemy, but then we lay in bed together and she is how she used to be, warm. He makes her feel my tummy and it's sad and confusing. Superior gene pool. Why me? It makes no sense. Why my hair color and eye color? That feels very Nazi-like, but in thinking about these stupid, insane theories he has, I guess, in his mind, it makes sense. The piano and music comments are made to convince me this is right and will create perfect offspring, as he calls them.
Wow. In the picture, Jeffrey Epstein, what we saw, that light in his eyes explaining shit. And now he kind of alters that and explaining with that light in his eyes to these young girls.
So, I mean, it's right there. I miss the person I was before I was made into what feels as a human incubator. And that's that.
Where's that one I read to you? What the
this, we were thinking like, is this meant to be like a programmed control? But like this whole page right here feels like it is directly from the victim. I'm not sure what, it would convey, but
yeah, I agree. Going down, where's that one I read the other day? It's in that. I think it's like one of the later ones. I think it might be after the red pages. Yeah. No. Oh, wait.
Are you talking about?
I think that was the one. Yeah, that was the one above it. I keep scrolling down for a second. Yeah, I think it was right above that red page. I mean, it's the same shit. Just actually, we should read it for the people. Fuck it. I don't want
Is this the page that you're talking about? Are you talking about
no? Go
when
up
her
like
child
2
is
pages.
taken?
Yeah, when her child's taken.
I mean, that's
they're all
what
kind
these
of
pages
that,
are
but this is
talking
the
about.
most. Yeah.
I think it's down. It was just getting into that. I only got 10 to 15.
Okay.
This one, I only got 10 to 15 minutes
Yeah,
to hold
I
and feed
remember
her
that.
before they took her. Is it up
Interesting.
further?
It might be different out of order or some shit, but I do remember that part. But maybe it might be photocopied backwards. If you're listening to this on screen right now, we're going over some dark pages in the Epstein files. I don't know. Maybe you can just read that one page.
All right, I think I'll read this yet. I need them everyone all to see. I still always dream to build a better world. She went from being a beautiful young girl to a sad broken child. But maybe a hope that after it all I still truly had it within herself. One day I aspire to be like this. She came in like a lamb and went out like a lioness.
So what the premise is, see, when I was reading that to you the other night, I posted that link, but I was reading from the fucking comments. Let's see if I can find it. So many beef jerkies. Sorry, viewers. We're trying to find the actual notes so we can bring it up to you right now. But there's
And we're
so
at
much
the end
content
of
coming
a
out every
4-hour
day.
stream, and to be honest, I don't know. It's kind of difficult looking at some of this stuff. Like sometimes there's a point where I'm just
Yeah.
like, I don't,
You know
I don't
what?
think I have anything to say. I just don't. It's like, and like I said earlier, it's like you almost don't want to acknowledge it. And I
Is this
think,
link right here in the in our chat or no?
which link for this PDF?
Yeah, I put that in there. So.
Do you need this link?
No, I got it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we spent all the time talking about this whole, like, the Nazi thing, the eugenics, and it's right here in this document, like having, like, controlling, like, not just trafficking existing people, like birthing new people and capturing them and putting them into this alternate reality. And this is why I think we can't be complacent as individuals in taking back this planet. Like it really is like, you know, some types of spirituality, you know, they don't want to think of it like a battle. You know, it's not a battle. It's like love and light, and you just need to focus on your own internal reality. And it's like all this fluffy, you know, all the spiritual fluff, but then we're forced on this planet to have to contrast that with the lowest of lows and the darkest of sins.
Interesting.
And
You've
then,
got a crazy vision in my mind.
And then as individuals, then we need to make the call about what comes next.
So like the vision you just stoked in my mind is like you know how the Urantia book says that the only person whose testimony doesn't get taken into account in Lucifer versus Gabriel is Michael's because his is bias. It's that like even Michael looks at Lucifer and says that my testimony can't be used because I'm biased towards you because you're my son, right?
Mm.
And you're like, oh wow, okay. When you real shit, dude, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been reading the Urantia book for a long time, and I you know, my spiritual assault is my favorite quote, and all the Jesus quotes, they stimulate a mental picture in my mind. That's really important. But right now, what you said something, and I know an adjuster flash comes in. I'm a veteran. I kind of can. People are gonna, Urantia book readers are gonna be like, don't listen to him. He's the devil. There's no way you can know that. But I'm a veteran. I can kind of taste when something is like an adjuster drop. And it just happened right now. When you really study Jesus's words, he's almost implying like, hey, I can't do this because I'm Michael. I have bias, but I look down upon people who refuse to protect themselves from the global elite. I can't do that. I can't set up some organization to protect you, but I look down upon it. You know what I mean? It's almost like what you like referencing what you were saying, that most people think it's all love and light and it's not us versus them. But I almost feel like even though Jesus was like, it's all love and light, but if you read his words, he's like, but low key, I don't like when fuckboys take over planets. So if you hit him hard with that spiritual assault, you ain't gonna lose any points in my book. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I can't conduct military operations on them because I'm Michael, but if you did, you know, I'll turn the blind eye.
No, I think that's true, and that's where the sort of show of force is like absolutely righteous.
Yes. It feels righteous, right?
Hmm.
Thank you for stimulating that in my mind. Appreciate it. And I hope the viewers got it too. I shared this I know I just went positive with it and it's beautiful and righteous, but I'm bringing it back down to the dirt so that we understand what we're dealing with. I found the page.
Okay.
April 22nd, a victim. She said, I had no choice. I wasn't ready and she wasn't ready. My mother found me and it was urgent. After so many bonding moments with Jeffrey and Ghislaine, their baby inside me, with me in the middle, she wouldn't even look at me. We said nothing to one another and I was so confused. When we arrived at Palm Beach, I was taken to a house close to Jeffrey's, I think called Ocean Boulevard or Street. But it was close and I was alone, except for a new driver, not Mr. Juan. An elderly French lady whose pictures on the wall I didn't know her, didn't have her. She had a thick accent and was kind. She said she had been born to deliver babies and had been doing so before I was born. Similar at the last one with shot and hook, but too much blood with so much water and unbearable pain. She put her hands inside me and seemed worried. I didn't understand. Something about the baby facing the wrong way and putting pressure on my placenta? Things would have to be different. She said I had to be brave and strong and listen to her directions so she could help safely get the baby out. I was terrified, seeing so much blood on the bed and the floor, and I started to panic. She had me flip over to my hands and knees and had me push and push. It was so excruciating. I could feel everything as she tried to guide the baby out, but I was so tired. I felt I was dying, but suddenly she had caught a beautiful baby girl who made me more than a whimper, but who made more than a whimper, but beautiful cries. She let me hold her and washed her and brought her back clean and perfect. She smelled so good and showed me how to feed her. But only about after 15 minutes, Mr. Aim came to take her, and I was hysterical, begging for more time. He said those horrible girls were in the car waiting, but I would not let her go. The old woman promised me she would be safe, and I had to let go. 4 pounds, 10 ounces, 18.5 inches long, with beautiful long fingers. I'm dead inside. Life has no meaning. I don't want to be here anymore. Sorry to bring it so dark, but that's from a testimony out of multiple testimonies that we just read about Jeffrey and Ghislaine Maxwell using surrogates for their own genetic programming. And there it is right there. John Ramirez linking up with the hybridization program, Antarctic Nazis leading with the Israeli intelligence, the deep state cabal doing genetic hybrid programs. And oh shit, I don't mean to fucking leave it out, but where is it? I don't even know. I have so many fucking tabs open right now. The Island Boys. To wrap it up with that conspiracy. So a lot of people have talked about the deep state creating, like, I guess, clones or whatever, so that they could influence the global stage, like all the global events you see on the news, on the front page, on the TV stations, on streaming stations. All those highly produced shows are honestly, for lack of better words, controlled by the deep state, the same state that we're talking about. And they want to degenerate the planet, so they're only going to put people on the stage who they know will degenerate the planet. Like Kodak Black, like all these rappers that only talk about selling drugs, prostituting hoes, killing niggas, buying Ferraris. That's why only those people get a spot on stage, because the Illuminati, for lack of better words, are going to pay for them, put them on stage, because they know if they do that, multiple people will listen to them and follow them, and it'll further degenerate humanity. And that's where the whole Island Boys conspiracy comes from, right?
Yeah.
I think I closed the tab, but
I got all the links for it. I can.
Okay, you
share
do.
my
Yeah, you
screen.
do.
Do you see my web browser? Yeah.
I got you. I'm watching yours.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm watching yours.
So yeah, I mean, we're gonna cover this. We're not sure of the veracity, but it ties into this greater story as a whole, as we've just kind of set the premise. So here in like 2023, what was this? Around 2023, there was a picture going around online that basically said, "Hey, look, release the Epstein files. Here's a picture of Jeffrey with like 4 children on what looks like an island, right?" And so people started making, I guess someone made the connection to these two music artists / TikTokers who call themselves the Island Boys, and they compared and contrasted
the Island Boys,
right? The title. They compared and contrasted, and they're like, "Oh, look at this photo. There's this music artist. These look like the same kids." And yeah, I guess it popped off on the internet, got pretty big. And it is like, I guess, these two Island Boys do kind of look like the kids in this photo. Now, the primary narrative here is that this is an AI generated photo and that what you're seeing is a low res version, so it's harder to tell. And so here on Snopes, on Reuters, on the couple sites, if you search up this conspiracy, you'll find that they point to this image on Instagram as the source. And so in this image, it's very obvious that there's like an AI thing involved here.
Yeah,
and
it just looks so AI. It's not even funny.
And then there's a second photo here that's like Epstein Island.
Clearly AI.
Right.
Look at those knees. Yeah.
And so we have we have this. Now, if you're on, I guess, if you're going to play both sides, then you would say this is either the original photo or the original photo is real and this was like an AI copy made with these artifacts to make people think it was fake. And then you could say that they scrubbed the original photo, which doesn't look like it has AI. You could say that they scrubbed that from wherever it was originally posted. Now, again, I haven't looked into this deep enough to really make out the difference. On
if
the
you're
flip
listening
side,
and you got some time,
yeah, if any of y'all in the comments have insight. But then also on the flip side, you go, okay, maybe there's just these two music artists that call themselves the Island Boys. And so somebody in their head obviously made the connection to Epstein, and they're like, wouldn't it be funny if I made a meme where Epstein is with these Island Boys as kids? But what's kind of weird is that like they didn't if this is the original source. Well, I guess no. Here, what it would be? They made a meme just as this thing connecting Epstein with like this whole concept, right? And then it would have been someone else or different people where as this image is getting shared, it gets lower res. People start sharing that on social media. People are thinking that it's just a real image. And then someone else makes the connection to the music artists just because these music artists call themselves the Island Boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's like this original creator probably didn't make that link with the music artist. But then you could say maybe it's, I don't know, then you could say it's a coincidence that the AI version of these kids looks kind of like the actual Island Boys musicians. So there's still, I don't know, there's still like, I guess, a level of mystery to this.
Yeah. And also, like, because they may have actually been from the Island Boys, they're going to make AI. In the early days of AI, they're going to generate AI images to muddy the waters. What's really weird is an abstract connection. I know another dark thing. If you read some FBI files on child, whatever, sex rings and pedophilia and trafficking, it's so dark. And I don't know if you're ready to hear this, but whatever. That's why you're here. Sometimes you got to look in the darkness to understand what you're fighting, or else you're going to get blindsided. The last thing you want to do is get blindsided so that it keeps going. If you understand what it is, you don't get blindsided, you can kill it where it is, and then it doesn't keep perpetuating. According to the FBI files that were leaked a bit ago about child prostitution rings, is apparently you can teach a kid that sex is play from a young age. And that if you get a group of young kids, I have a kid, 5-year-old. I love him. I will kill anybody who even tries to fuck him up, bro. And I will say that over and over again in front of a court of law. I don't give a fuck, bro. Fuck with my kid, and guess what's coming? He plays. He's beautiful. Just the most beautiful little childish things, and I love it. And he's so naive. And I cultivate that to beauty. Now, I can't imagine someone taking that naivete and that will to that desire to learn and looking at you as a teacher. They know they don't know, and they're looking at you like, Papa, please teach me. And then you take that and you teach them how to do sexual acts with sexual toys. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm not going to say it on this podcast, but if I figure out you're doing that and it's just me and you in the room, I'm happy to go to the mansion world with the crimes I've committed, because you're not going to get out of that room very fucking alive. How dare you take that energy of a young person on planet Earth who's trying to learn and sexualize them? Apparently that's what they were doing. They were teaching these kids that with like dildos and sex toys, that sex is a form of play. And then they grew up thinking that it's not a big deal, it's just a form of play. And if they're learning that in an underground bunker in Antarctica, never exposed to the outside world, they think that is normal. So their set of normal rules has nothing to do with what we consider a set of normal rules. They could be fucking each other's brothers and sisters, doing sexual acts at 3, 4, 5 years old, and to them, that's fucking normal, and it's disgusting, and they should be fucking killed. But understand that should be normal. Now let's fast forward that these two twins, who supposedly are the island boys who are offspring of Jeffrey Epstein, they have an OnlyFans together where they fuck and kiss and do all this shit, and they're twin brothers, dude. The second I heard that, I immediately thought of these negative sexual FBI things they teach young kids at a young age. And I thought that, these kids might be from those sex colonies, those underground sex colonies, where they don't know that that's wrong. And that OnlyFans thing, that blew up. The world wasn't ready for that because it's taboo. But these motherfuckers who grew up in that underground base don't know it's taboo, and they think it's normal. And it's disgusting, dude. I've watched a video of them kissing, and it seems like they don't know that's wrong. So that's just another data point to throw on there. And then all this pizza and pasta talk in the emails. Oh, we ain't got enough time. Look like that. It's already been 4 hours. We don't have enough time to even do this shit.
Well, we covered a lot.
Yeah,
again, I think when you're 4 hours in, I'm like wondering, what else is there to say? But we always try and end the show out with what we call words of power, and there's been different moments during this podcast where I think we've been able to try and give some sort of wisdom or counter information, because a lot of the world sees this content and it just makes them want to throw down the towel. It's like, wow, the conspiracies are true. The world is ruled by degenerate cults, and all of society's progress is for nothing because the most powerful people in the world still live like still live it's like they use primitive parts of ancient warring tribal societies, but then they also add in a distortion that not even those early ages of man could ever really conceived of. I mean, I guess, that was still there. That was always there for a long time in terms of the slavery and what they did. But it's like,
but still,
it feels, I'm just acknowledging that it feels so debilitating to realize that, like, at the highest levels, this is still operating. And it makes you go, like, what? Like, it adds to that nihilistic tendency to feel like we're really screwed. And yeah, thank you to everyone in the chat watching this stream and being here with us. Karis has said, I've been here since the stream started 4 hours ago. Like, if you are on this planet and you have those moments where you're like, why am I here? And then you hear consistently over and over again how bad it is down here. And you're asking yourself, like, why am I here? Do I belong here? Or you get to that point where you're like, I don't want to be here. I want to leave. Some of you may have even personally experienced things like what's in these files. It's because this is so ubiquitous on this planet. And I honestly, I don't know what to say to any of it. But all I can do, I guess, is use it as some sort of motivation to not be complacent, to not be lukewarm about quite literally taking the planet back from the psychotic generations of rulers and all the things that we talk about on this channel, all the stories that seem so far out there. We're talking 200,000 years ago, Anunnaki, aliens, blah, 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 all that. Like, the reason that's important is when you get a context and a purview that goes far beyond just getting told that these elite rule the world and you basically can't do anything. Even when the law gets on it, it's a case that gets locked away for 10 plus years like Epstein, and then way later you figure out that there's some files out, and then you hear that people aren't even getting prosecuted. But it's almost like we need to understand our place in the cosmos and why it's so bad on Earth. That's why we relate all these other things, which seem, at some level seem like crazy. But if you put it in context, you go, oh, like that starts to make sense. And then the other part of it is that you need to understand your potential to change it. Because
yes, sir.
Part of the elite, part of the control grid is to make you believe, to program you to believe that you can't change it.
Exactly.
And that's not true. Just the act of talking about something, exposing it to the light, getting it out to the majority of people via the internet, via the news, that holds power because you are sparking the fire for all the individuals who know right from wrong and are not, a lot of people argue that the majority of people, they just want peace for their family. Even though they support on a surface level, I support this war because I live in this country. It's like, I feel like the majority of people really do want, that peace for their family and like the daily provisions.
Water, food, yeah.
But, it gets complex because, I don't know, with the complexity of society, there's so much more than just, and the power games and the influences that go even beyond the human influences that have influenced this planet, which is also an important thing to understand. We're in an age of disclosures, multiple disclosures.
Yeah, dude.
Disclosing the, awful human crimes disclosing potential mistreatment from non-human beings and understanding exactly what we're a part of, and then taking back our power and taking back our planet. That's the only next step I can think of. So I hope I salute everyone who's been watching all this time, and I leave it at there. Those are my words of power.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. That was poetic. You brought me down to the valleys, then back up to the peaks. I liked it. If you're listening to this, you are the resistance. It sounds dark. It's hard. No one said the shit was going to be easy. But sometimes the romance and the beauty comes from being in the trenches. I know it sounds like a super contrast, a super dichotomy, but one, you're at the hardest part of the planet and you're in the trenches and it seems like nothing can fucking happen. That's because the shit is hitting the fan. You can lay over and do nothing and cry about it. And that's fine. You can go up to the mansion worlds after you die and be like, it was so bad and shit hit the fan. And people will be like, wow, you're right. That was intense. Or you can stop right the fuck there and stand up and push back against that fan, rip the fan off, take over the building, and fucking accomplish the goal and set the perimeter. And then you could die and go up to the mansion world and you go, yeah, shit hit the fan, but guess what I did? I stood the fuck up and I didn't give a fuck if the shit was hitting me. I ripped down that fan and I fucking got after it. And in 10 years, we changed it back to the Father. That's the story that I want you to go up to Orion with. That's a story that I want all of us to go up to Orion with. It's dark. Are we just going to roll the fuck over? Are we pussies? Are we bitches? Do we just give up on life? Those are questions from me to you. You sign that contract on your own. And to remember what Taychilla was saying, we're not fucking alone. Stop acting like we're just us humans and it's hard and nature and we're animals in the woods and we're going to try to figure it out and we just got to white knuckle it. Fuck that. That's not how the universe was created. There are celestial beings on our side too. Just like they have evil demons they're in contact with, we have the same beings who didn't rebel, who have way more power than the demons do. And we can contact them too. The only difference is there's more of a prerequisite for us to contact them. Because those are rebel demons, they can contact any rich elite person willy-nilly. But that rich person might not have good morals or anything. They don't give a fuck. They're just breaking all the rules for contact. The cool thing about us is, in order to make contact with the higher midwayers and the higher celestials, they're not going to contact or listen to you unless you're fucking killing it. Unless you're putting your foot forward to build the kingdom. I said you're killing it, but killing it could mean literally changing your path from negative to positive. If you're negative for 10 years and you go to positive for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that'll get the celestials' attention. Once they see you starting to doing the right thing, they will rush to support you. That's the difference. The fuckboy rebels, they can establish communication for any willy-nilly deal. Guys doing heroin and they want their attention, they'll establish communication. But for us, if you want their attention and support, you have to go hard as fuck. That's why our movement is stronger than their movement. But we just need more people activated. So the more people activated we get, the more celestial support we get. From the Urantia book. In the larger aspect, the civilization of Urantia, Earth, is the joint product of the Earth Immortals and the Urantia Midwayers. And this is true despite the present differential between the two levels of culture and differential which will not be compensated prior to the ages of light and life. The Midway culture, being the product of an immortal planetary citizenry, is relatively immune to those temporal vicissitudes which beset human civilization. The generations of men forget, but the core of Midwayers remembers. And that memory is the treasure house of the traditions of your inhabited world. Thus does the culture of a planet remain ever present on that planet. And in proper circumstances, such treasured memories of past events are made available, even as the story of the life and teachings of Jesus has been given by the midwayers of Urantia to the humans, their cousins in the flesh. Midwayers are the skillful ministers who compensate that gap between the material and spiritual affairs of earth, which appeared upon the death of Adam and Eve. They are likewise your elder brethren, comrades in the long struggle to attain a settled status of light and life on earth. The united midwayers are a rebellion-tested core, and they will faithfully enact their part in planetary evolution until this world attains the goal of the ages. Until that distant day, when in fact, peace does reign on earth, and in truth, there is goodwill in the hearts of men. So we are not alone, dude. We have an entire core of celestial beings who are waiting to fucking act if we only put that first step forward. Jesus continued to teach the 24, saying, "The heathen are not without excuse when they rage at us. Because their outlook is small and narrow, they're able to concentrate their energies enthusiastically. Their goal is near and more or less visible. Wherefore do they strive with valiant and effective execution. But you who have professed entrance into the kingdom of heaven are altogether too vacillating and too indefinite in your teaching conduct. The heathen strike directly for their objectives. You are guilty of too much chronic yearning. If you desire to enter the kingdom, why do you not take it by spiritual assault, even as the heathen take a city they lay siege to? You are hardly worthy of the kingdom when your service consists in so largely in an attitude of regretting the past, whining over the present, and vainly hoping for the future. Why do the heathen rage? Because they know not the truth. Why do you languish in futile yearning? Because you obey not the truth. Cease your useless yearning and go forth bravely doing that which concerns the establishment of the kingdom." Those are the words of Jesus Christ, the master of the cosmos. And he's saying, take the kingdom by spiritual assault. They're fucking doing it because they're small-minded and they can attack one thing. Why are you bitching and moaning? Oh, you're bitching and moaning because you obey not the truth. Attack the truth of spiritual assault, just like those unbelievers attack a city they lay siege to. Stop bitching, get off your ass, and go build the kingdom, for fuck's sake. If he could have said it like that, he would have. And you can't convince me not he didn't say it like that, and they just fucking adjusted it for the Urantia book. So, if you're hearing this, you are the resistance. You don't just got Planetary HQ on your side. We're here to tell you that you got the angels on your side. And yeah, it was a dark episode, and we only say this so that we can prevail, right? Planetary HQ, wrestling victory from the jaws of defeat. Debake the wise, Tay Chilla, Taylor Verser, go buy yourself a shirt. You got anything, you can fucking end it out.
I think that's perfect. We covered it, most of it. I'm just playing some of the outro music here. And some news, we got 2026 tour dates. We're going to be in New York City for New Life Expo in April.
Thank you.
Let's see. I forget that. What's the dates on that? April, newlifeexpo.com. We'll check it out here. April 25th to the 26th. We're going to be giving a presentation. The working title is The Rise of Homo Psionicus. Get those psionics right. Maximize your potential so we can take back the planet in full force and spiritual assault. That's the primary next thing coming up. We're going to be in California for the Urantia International Conference in July. Urantia IC 2026. This is July 12th through July 16th. So we'll be there giving some speeches, doing some tech stuff. Yeah, that's the next things on the book in terms of events. But also join the Discord. Check out the Planetary HQ shop online on the website. Get your merch. And yeah, keep killing it.